Before the first light gathered itself into form, before any eye existed to receive it, there was only potential. Not darkness in the way darkness is understood, not the absence of something that had once been present, but a condition prior to absence itself. The universe held no temperature, no boundary, no direction. It was not waiting. Waiting implies time, and time had not yet been called into being. What existed instead was a quality that later civilizations, reaching for language adequate to describe it, would name only in the most approximate terms. If you find yourself drawn to stories like these, consider subscribing. There is always more to uncover, and the telling never truly ends. What follows is an account assembled from the oldest fragments available to any who have studied the legendary Pokémon and the forces they embody. It begins before the world had a name, before the creatures who would come to inhabit it had drawn their first breath, and it moves forward with the patience that such a story demands. This is the lore of the pseudo-legendary and the truly legendary alike, the great beings who shaped the oceans, bent the arc of time, divided the fabric of space, and left their signatures written into the geology, the weather, the deep instincts of every living thing that followed them. The account does not rush. It cannot. The events it describes unfolded across spans of time so vast that the entire recorded history of human civilization would fit inside a single quiet interval between one age and the next. Settle in. The story begins at the very beginning. Before Arceus moved, there was the egg. Ancient texts from civilizations separated by entire oceans, civilizations that could not have communicated with one another, described it with a consistency that suggested not cultural exchange, but genuine collective memory, a vessel of pure cosmic energy suspended in the nothing, neither warm nor cold, neither luminous nor dark, simply present in a way that made presence itself feel like the most extraordinary thing imaginable. The egg did not hatch in the way biological things hatch. It did not crack along a seam or spill warmth into surrounding air. What occurred was closer to a decision, a resolution of potential into actuality, a moment in which the condition of everything being possible became the condition of one specific thing being real. Arceus emerged. The being that took shape was not a creature in any sense the word had yet been given. It was a convergence, a point at which the formless energy that had preceded all things gathered sufficient coherence to become aware of itself. Arceus did not discover the void around it. In the most precise sense available, Arceus was the void becoming conscious of its own emptiness and choosing, in that moment, to fill it. What followed was not an act of construction in the way a builder raises walls. It was an act of distinction, the separation of one condition from another, the establishment of differences where before there had been only sameness. The first distinction Arceus made was existence from non-existence. This sounds simple. It was not. To define existence required the simultaneous definition of its boundary, the edge at which being stopped. That edge required space. Space, in turn, required duration, a medium through which positions could be said to persist, to change, to relate to one another. Duration required time, and time, that most fundamental of all the dimensions Arceus called forth, required something to measure it, a before and an after, a sequence in which one state could be said to follow another. Each requirement generated the next. Each distinction made the following distinction not only possible, but necessary. The ancient Sinoan creation texts described this process as a song, and the metaphor was more precise than it might appear. Just as a melody generates the expectation of its next note, each element of the new universe generated the structural necessity of what came after it. In the wake of this unfolding, Arceus reached inward and produced 3 more beings from its own substance. They did not emerge as lesser copies of their creator. They emerged as specifications, aspects of the great cosmic architecture given independent existence so that they could maintain what Arceus had established without requiring Arceus to be everywhere at once. These 3 were Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, and the roles assigned to them were not chosen arbitrarily. They were the precise roles that the structure of existence demanded be filled. Dialga received dominion over time. Palkia received dominion over space. Giratina received something more difficult to name, the custody of a third dimension of reality that Arceus had also called into being, one that did not map neatly onto either time or space, but was nonetheless essential to the stability of both. The ancient texts called it antimatter, though the word carried different weight in those accounts than it would come to carry in later scientific traditions. What it signified, in the context of the creation mythology, was the necessary counterweight to everything that existed, the shadow dimension whose presence kept the primary universe from collapsing into itself under the pressure of its own reality. Dialga settled into its function with a quality that could only be described as inevitability. Time, as a concept, had existed in potential the moment Arceus made the first distinction between before and after. But potential and actuality are different conditions, and in the early universe, time remained unstable, a river with no banks, capable of flowing in any direction, pooling in unexpected places, reversing without cause. Dialga's presence changed this. The ancient Sinoan accounts describe Dialga's heartbeat as the mechanism by which time acquired its directionality, each pulse establishing a sequence, each sequence accumulating into duration, duration accumulating into the coherent flow that all subsequent life would experience as the irreversible march from past through present into future. The significance of this stabilization was not merely philosophical. A universe in which time could flow in any direction was a universe in which cause and effect had no reliable relationship. An event in such a universe could precede the conditions that made it possible. A creature could die before it was born. A mountain could erode before it formed. A star could cool before it ignited. The cosmos that Arceus had called into being would have remained a chaos of simultaneous and contradictory states, everything happening at once, nothing persisting long enough to accumulate into the complexity that life required. Dialga's heartbeat imposed sequence on this chaos. Forward became a direction, consequence became a law, and from that law, eventually, everything else became possible. The Sinoan texts noted that Dialga did not experience time the way the creatures who would later inhabit the world experienced it. For Dialga, all moments existed simultaneously, the beginning and the end of the universe held within a single awareness that perceived the entire river of time as a landscape rather than a journey. This quality made Dialga not merely the guardian of time, but its embodiment. To disturb Dialga was not simply to harm a creature, It was to introduce instability into the fundamental sequence of cause and effect, a consequence so vast that even partial disruption sent ripples across centuries. While Dialga established the sequence of moments, Palkia worked on the distances between them. Space, as in the early universe, was no more stable than time had been before Dialga's arrival. The dimensions of the physical world fluctuated, not in the way weather fluctuates, within predictable parameters, but in the way a dream fluctuates, capable of sudden and total transformation without warning. Distances collapsed and expanded without cause. Regions of space overlapped, occupying the same coordinates simultaneously, producing a landscape in which the concept of location had no reliable meaning. Palkia's nature was oriented toward the definition of boundaries. Where Dialga established sequence, Palkia established position, the quality of being here rather than there, of having a location that persisted from one moment to the next. The ancient accounts described Palkia's first act as the drawing of a line, not a physical line, not a mark on any surface, but the conceptual establishment of a distinction between one place and another. From that first distinction, all other spatial relationships followed. Near and far became meaningful. Inside and outside became possible. The universe acquired geometry. The deeper significance of Palkia's role became apparent only when one considered what space actually contained. The universe Arceus had called into being was not a single universe, but a structure with depth, a primary reality overlaid by countless parallel realities, each one a variation on the same fundamental template, each one occupying what the Sinnoan texts called a separate spatial stratum. Without Palkia's boundary work, these strata would have bled into one another, their contents mixing and interfering in ways that would have rendered all of them uninhabitable. Palkia defined not only the space within the primary world, but the boundaries between the primary world and its parallels, the walls of reality that kept each version of existence coherent and separate. This responsibility carried a weight that the ancient accounts acknowledged with a particular kind of reverence. Palkia did not merely organize space. Palkia maintained the integrity of all possible realities simultaneously, holding each one distinct from its neighbors by the sheer force of a nature oriented entirely toward the principle of spatial definition. The great pearl-like structures that later mythologies associated with Palkia's form were understood in those early accounts as physical expressions of this function, each one a node in the vast network of spatial boundaries that Palkia sustained without cessation. Giratina's role was the most difficult to describe, and in the early mythological accounts, the most frequently misunderstood. The being that Arceus had assigned to the third dimension of reality, the antimatter dimension, the distortion world, was not a lesser creation, not a failed experiment, not a force of chaos assigned to a prison. Giratina was a structural necessity. The distortion world existed because existence required it. Every force that operated in the primary universe generated an equal and opposite force, and that opposite force had to go somewhere. Giratina was both the custodian of that somewhere and its embodiment, a being whose nature was defined by inversion, by the mirror quality that made the primary universe stable by absorbing everything the primary universe expelled. The circumstances of Giratina's banishment from the primary world were recorded in fragments, and the fragments did not agree on every detail. What they agreed on was this: Giratina's nature, oriented toward violence in a way that the early universe's raw energy made almost inevitable, posed a threat to the stability that Arceus had worked to establish. The distortion world was not a punishment in the human sense of the word. It was a reassignment, a recognition that Giratina's function was best served at a remove from the primary universe, maintaining the antimatter dimension from within rather than from without. Giratina did not cease to be essential. It became essential in a different way. The distortion world that Giratina inhabited and shaped was a place where the laws Dialga and Palkia had established did not apply in their standard forms. Gravity shifted orientation without warning. Space folded back on itself. Time moved in directions that had no names in the primary universe's vocabulary. These qualities were not flaws in Giratina's domain. They were the natural expression of antimatter's relationship to matter, the necessary inversion that kept the primary universe's laws coherent by providing their absolute opposite. Where Dialga had made time flow forward, the distortion world offered a space where that forward flow was not the only option. Where Palkia had defined the boundaries between locations, the distortion world offered a space where those boundaries dissolved. The two domains were not in conflict. They were in balance, each one making the other possible. In the quiet that followed the establishment of these three great guardians, the world that Arceus had called into being began to accumulate its first complexity. The primordial energy that had preceded everything did not disappear when Arceus emerged from it. It dispersed, settling into the new structure of time and space, like heat settling into stone, finding the low places, pooling in regions where the geometry of the new universe created conditions favorable to concentration. In these pools of primordial energy, the first elemental planes took shape. The elemental planes were not physical locations in the way that mountains and oceans would later be physical locations. They were conditions, regions of the early universe, where one type of energy predominated so completely that it defined the character of everything within its boundaries. The plane of fire was not a place that contained fire. It was a region where the fundamental energy of the universe had organized itself along the principles of heat and transformation, so that everything within it expressed those principles in its structure, its behavior, its relationship to the things around it. The plane of water was a region where the energy had organized along the principles of flow and pressure and depth. The plane of earth was a region of compression and density and slow geological patience. Each plane generated its own inhabitants, beings that were not yet what would later be called Pokémon, not yet individuated enough to be considered distinct entities, but concentrations of elemental energy that had acquired sufficient coherence to behave in characteristic ways. They moved through their respective planes the way currents move through water, with direction and force, but without the kind of bounded selfhood that would later define individual creatures. They were the universe's first attempt at complexity, and they were not yet finished. The dragon-type energies that accumulated in the early universe occupied a special position among these elemental concentrations. Dragon energy, in the ancient cosmological accounts, was understood not as a single element, but as a meta-element, a condition in which the fundamental forces of the universe were present in their most undiluted form. Where fire plane energy expressed one aspect of the primordial force and water plane energy expressed another, dragon energy expressed something closer to the original whole. This made dragon-type beings among the first to achieve genuine individuation, the first to cross the threshold from diffuse elemental concentration to something that could be called, however approximately, a self. The early legendary dragon civilizations that the ancient mythologies described were not civilizations in the human sense. They had no architecture, no written language, no political structures. What they had was territory and memory. Dragon-type beings of sufficient age developed the capacity to retain impressions of their experience, not language-based memory, but something older and more direct, a somatic record of every place they had been and every force they had encountered. This memory gave them a kind of wisdom, and wisdom gave them a kind of authority over the regions they inhabited. The mountain ranges that later mythologies attributed to legendary dragon activity were not metaphors. They were consequences, the geological record of being so large and so energetically dense that their sustained presence in a region altered the landscape over geological timescales. The psychic-type energies that emerged in the early universe developed along a different axis. Where dragon energy was oriented toward elemental intensity, psychic energy was oriented toward information, the capacity to receive, process, and transmit the signals that the universe generated as it grew more complex. The first psychic-type concentrations were not powerful in the way that fire or dragon energy was powerful. They were sensitive, attuned to the subtle patterns that other elemental energies generated, capable of detecting relationships that less sensitive energies could not perceive. This sensitivity brought psychic-type beings into early contact with water-type beings, whose domain, the vast and ancient oceans that had begun to form as the world's surface cooled, generated an enormous volume of subtle signal. Water, in the ancient elemental understanding, was not merely a physical medium. It was an information medium, a substance whose molecular structure allowed it to carry the impressions of everything it had contacted, to transmit those impressions across vast distances and to preserve them over geological timescales. The first legendary water beings were the keepers of this record, and the first legendary psychic beings were the readers of it. Their early interactions established a relationship of complementary function that would persist through the entire history of the legendary order. The great birds came later, or rather, they came from a different direction. The legendary avian beings, whose later mythologies would associate them with fire and lightning and ice, did not emerge from the elemental planes in the same way the earthbound and ocean-dwelling beings had. They emerged from the atmosphere, from the vast and turbulent envelope of gases that surrounded the cooling world, a medium that was neither the solid permanence of the earth nor the fluid depth of the ocean, but something between, something defined by movement and change and the constant exchange of energy between regions. The atmospheric medium generated its own characteristic energies, and the beings that crystallized within it reflected those characteristics. They were mobile in a way that earthbound beings were not, capable of crossing vast distances in short periods, carrying with them the energetic signatures of every region they passed through. Their migration patterns which later human mythologies would reconstruct from geological and atmospheric evidence, traced the great energy gradients of the early world, the paths of least resistance between regions of high elemental concentration, the routes along which the atmospheric energy moved as the world's temperature and pressure systems sought equilibrium. These prehistoric migration patterns left traces. The ancient roots of the legendary avian beings could be read in later ages in the distribution of certain minerals in the upper rock layers, in the orientation of ancient magnetic deposits, in the patterns of atmospheric phenomenon that recurred in specific regions across geological time. The beings themselves were not conscious of leaving these traces. They were simply moving, as their nature demanded, along the gradients that the world's energy systems generated. The traces were the consequence of their passage, not its purpose. In the deep memory of the world's geology, a different kind of account was preserved, one written not in language, but in stone itself. Regirock, Regis, and Registeel were not born. They were assembled. The ancient accounts that described their origin were careful to make this distinction because it carried significance. A born being emerged from a lineage, from a process of biological or energetic inheritance that connected it to its predecessors. An assembled being was something else, a construction, a deliberate act of creation in which materials were gathered and organized according to a design. Regirock was the oldest of the three, assembled from the compressed rock of the world's earliest geological formations, stone that had been present since the planet's crust first solidified, that carried within its crystalline structure the thermal memory of the world's formation. Its body was not merely made of rock. It was made of record, every stratum of its construction corresponding to a different period of the world's geological history, the layers readable by those with sufficient sensitivity as a chronology of the planet's first billion years. When Regirock moved, the sound it produced was the deep, resonant grinding of geological time in motion, a sound so low in frequency that most creatures perceived it not as sound, but as vibration, felt in the bones and the deep tissues rather than heard through the ears. Regise emerged from the polar regions, from ice formations so ancient and so compressed that the air trapped within them predated the world's first weather systems. The cold that radiated from Regise's body was not the cold of winter or of high altitude. It was a more fundamental cold, the cold of the deep past, of a time when the world's surface temperature had not yet settled into the ranges that later life would require. Regis's presence lowered the temperature of the air around it by mechanisms that went beyond simple heat transfer. The ancient accounts described it as a cold that reached into the structure of time itself, briefly returning the immediate environment to an earlier thermal state. Registeel was the most anomalous of the three, because the material from which it had been assembled was not native to the world's surface. The metal that composed Registeel's body had fallen from space. Meteoric iron accumulated over millions of years, each fragment arriving from a different origin point in the cosmos, each one carrying a different energetic signature from the stellar systems that had generated it. Registeel's body was therefore not merely a construction from earthly materials. It was a convergence of cosmic origins, a being that embodied the universe's history rather than the world's, assembled from the debris of dead stars and ancient planetary collisions. The being who had assembled these three was Regigigas, and its role in the early world was one of the most practically significant in the entire legendary order. Regigigas did not create the continents. The continents were already present, vast, undifferentiated masses of rock floating on the semi-molten mantle of the young planet, subject to the slow and grinding forces of tectonic activity. What Regigigas did was guide those forces, not by overriding them, but by working within them, applying pressure at specific points, drawing the great continental masses along paths that would eventually produce the geographical arrangement that later civilizations would inhabit. The ancient Sinoan accounts described Regigigas moving through the shallow seas of the early world, its footsteps producing seismic events that propagated through the crust and altered the stress patterns in the underlying rock. Over geological timescales, these alterations accumulated, nudging the continental plates along trajectories that Regigigas had determined, though by what calculus the ancient texts did not say. The result was a world whose geography was not random, but shaped, at the largest scale, by the deliberate if glacially slow action of a being whose strength exceeded that of any other creature the world would ever produce. The cost of this work was visible in Regigigas itself. The ancient accounts described a being that moved with tremendous difficulty, its own immense power creating a kind of inertia that had to be overcome before any motion was possible. Later mythologies would interpret this as a curse or a limitation imposed by some external force. The older accounts suggested something different, that Regigigas's difficulty of movement was not a punishment, but a consequence, the natural result of a being so thoroughly integrated with the tectonic systems it managed that its own motion had become subject to the same slow laws that governed the movement of the continental plates themselves. The cosmic conflict between light and dark that the ancient mythologies described was not, in its original form, a war. Wars require combatants with intentions, and the forces that the ancient accounts identified as light and dark were in their earliest manifestations not intentional in any meaningful sense. They were tendencies, orientations in the primordial energy that Arceus had dispersed through the new universe, regions where the energy had organized itself along principles of revelation and connection, and other regions where it had organized along principles of concealment and separation. The beings that crystallized from these tendencies reflected their origins. Light-aligned legendary entities, those associated in later mythologies with concepts of truth, revelation, and the illumination of hidden things, developed natures oriented toward exposure, toward the reduction of ambiguity, toward the establishment of clear and stable relationships between things. Dark-aligned legendary entities developed natures oriented toward the preservation of mystery, toward the maintenance of boundaries between what was known and what was not, toward the protection of the spaces between defined things. The tension between these orientations was not immediately violent. In the early universe, where both types of energy were present in roughly equal measure, they existed in a kind of dynamic equilibrium, each one defining itself against the other, each one requiring the other's existence to maintain its own coherence. Light without dark is not illumination. It is blindness, an excess of revelation that destroys the distinctions between things just as surely as total darkness does. Dark without light is not mystery. It is nothing, an absence so complete that there is nothing to be mysterious about. The ancient accounts understood this balance not as a compromise but as a necessity, a structural feature of the universe that Arceus had established. The guardian Pokémon that emerged in different geographical regions were a later development, beings that had crystallized not from the primordial elemental planes, but from the specific energetic character of particular places. The world, as it cooled and stabilized, developed regions of intense energetic concentration, places where the geological, atmospheric, and aquatic forces converged in ways that generated a surplus of elemental energy. This surplus required management, and the guardian beings that emerged in these regions were, in the most precise sense, the management, creatures whose nature was so thoroughly defined by the character of their home region that they were not merely its inhabitants, but its embodiments. The guardian of a great forest was not a powerful creature that happened to live in the forest. It was the forest's own energy given individual form, a being whose health was inseparable from the health of the ecosystem it inhabited, whose distress was expressed not only in its own suffering, but in the wilting of the trees, the retreat of the smaller creatures, the alteration of the rainfall patterns that sustained the entire region. This inseparability of guardian and territory was not a poetic metaphor in the ancient accounts. It was a functional description of a genuine relationship, one that the first proto-human civilizations would eventually learn to recognize and with great care to approach. The first interactions between legendary beings and the proto-human civilizations that were beginning to emerge were not dramatic. They were tentative, the slow and cautious approach of beings who recognized in one another a quality they had not previously encountered. The proto-humans who first made contact with legendary entities were not heroes or priests or warriors. They were, in the earliest accounts, simply people who had spent enough time in the presence of great natural forces that they had developed a sensitivity to the energetic signatures those forces generated. They were the ones who noticed that certain places felt different from others, not in ways they could articulate, but in ways that registered in the body, in the quality of attention, in the peculiar calm or the peculiar alertness that descended when they stood in those places long enough. These early encounters left no written record because writing had not yet been developed. What they left was something older and more durable, the deep structure of mythological memory, the patterns of story that persisted across generations, not because they were deliberately preserved, but because they corresponded to something real in the human experience of the world. The legendary beings were real, the encounters were real, and the meaning those encounters carried, the sense of contact with something vast and ancient and fundamentally different from the ordinary, was real enough to survive the entire span of pre-literate human history and emerge, still recognizable, in the earliest written mythologies. Mew occupied a position in this account that was unlike any other legendary being's position. Where Dialga and Palkia and Giratina were structural, beings whose existence maintained the fundamental architecture of the universe, and where the guardian beings were regional, beings whose existence maintained the energetic character of specific places, Mew was something more intimate and more pervasive. Mew was the source. The ancient accounts described Mew as the original Pokémon, not the first Pokémon in the temporal sense, since Dialga and Palkia and several others had existed before Mew's emergence, but the first Pokémon in the genetic sense. Within Mew's cellular structure was encoded the complete template for every Pokémon that would ever exist. This was not a metaphor. The genetic information that Mew carried was comprehensive in a way that no other single being's genome approached, a library so complete that any Pokémon type, any body plan, any elemental affiliation could be derived from it through a process of selective expression. Mew's role in generating the diversity of Pokémon species was not active in the way that Arceus's creation had been active. Mew did not design species and bring them into being through deliberate acts of creation. Instead, Mew moved through the world, and the world responded. Wherever Mew spent time, the local population of proto-Pokémon organisms, the simple, energetically active life forms that had been accumulating in the world's ecosystems since the elemental planes first generated their inhabitants, began to express new possibilities. The genetic information that Mew carried was not transmitted directly, not passed through reproduction in the biological sense. It diffused, entering the local environment through Mew's presence, the way a scent diffuses through air, settling into the organisms that inhabited the region and activating dormant potentials that those organisms carried but had not yet expressed. The result, over geological timescales, was the extraordinary diversity of Pokémon species that the world eventually came to contain. Each species represented not an independent creation, but a specific expression of the template that Mew carried, a particular combination of elemental affinity, body plan, and behavioral tendency that had been activated by Mew's presence in a specific region at a specific time. The ancient accounts noted that this process was not random. Mew was drawn by instincts that the accounts did not attempt to explain, to regions where specific expressions were needed, where the ecosystem's energy balance required a particular type of organism to maintain its stability. His Mew's migrations were therefore not aimless wandering, but a form of biological stewardship, the oldest and most fundamental form of ecological management the world had ever known. The early evolutionary divergence of legendary Pokémon from the primordial energy forms followed a different trajectory than the divergence of ordinary Pokémon. Ordinary species differentiated gradually, populations separating, environments selecting for different traits, generations accumulating small changes until the distance between a population's present form and its ancestral form became too great to bridge. Legendary beings did not differentiate in this way. Their individuation was more sudden, more complete, and more consequential, a crystallization rather than a drift, a moment in which diffuse elemental energy achieved sufficient coherence to become a bounded self. This crystallization was not random. The ancient accounts described it as a response to need, a process by which the world's energy systems generated from within themselves the specific kind of coherent being required to manage a specific kind of imbalance. When the volcanic activity of the early world threatened to overheat entire regions, the fire-type legendary beings that crystallized in those regions were not coincidental. They were the world's own response to its own excess, concentrated forms of the energy that was causing the imbalance, capable of managing that energy precisely because they were made of it. The great legendary migration that followed the planet's first major climate shifts was one of the most significant events in the pre-human history of the world. The climate shifts themselves were not catastrophic in the human sense. They unfolded over millions of years, slow enough that most organisms had time to adapt or relocate. But their scale was total. Every region of the world was affected. The energy gradients that had defined the elemental planes shifted, and the beings whose natures were calibrated to those gradients were compelled to follow them. The migration was not coordinated. There was no council that decided where each being should go, no communication system sophisticated enough to organize the movement of dozens of legendary entities across an entire planet. What coordinated it was something more fundamental: the sensitivity that each legendary being had to the energetic conditions of its environment. When the energy that sustained a being's nature became scarce in its home region, the being felt the scarcity the way a living thing feels hunger, not as an intellectual recognition, but as a physical imperative, an orientation of the entire self toward the direction from which the needed energy was available. The result of this migration was a redistribution of legendary beings across the world's geography, a new arrangement that reflected the new energy distribution produced by the climate shifts. Some regions that had previously been inhabited by fire-type legendary beings became the territories of ice-type beings. Some coastal regions that had been the domain of flying-type entities were claimed by water-type beings as the sea levels rose. The world's legendary geography was redrawn, and the new arrangement persisted long enough that the proto-human civilizations that were just beginning to emerge encountered it as the established order, as the way things had always been. The electric type and steel type guardian beings that emerged in the wake of these migrations occupied a distinctive ecological position. Electric energy, in the ancient elemental understanding, was not merely the energy of lightning storms and atmospheric discharge. It was the energy of transmission, the force that carried information from one point to another, that connected distant things through the medium of charge and current. The legendary electric beings that crystallized in the post-migration world were therefore not simply powerful sources of electrical energy. They were nodes in a communication network that spanned the entire world, beings whose natural function was to transmit the energetic signals generated by one region to the other regions that needed to receive them. Steel-type legendary beings occupied a complementary position. Where electric energy was about transmission and connection, steel energy was about structure and resistance, the quality of holding form under pressure, of maintaining integrity against forces that would otherwise cause dissolution. The legendary steel entities that emerged in the post-migration world were the framework through which the more dynamic energies of the other legendary beings could operate, the stable substrate that kept the world's energy systems from collapsing into chaos every time a major legendary being moved or transformed or engaged in conflict with another. The elemental kingdoms that the ancient mythologies described were not political entities in any sense that would be recognizable to later human civilizations. They were ecological domains, regions of the world so thoroughly defined by the presence of a particular legendary being that the character of the entire region reflected that being's elemental nature. A fire-type legendary being's domain was not merely a region where fire was common. It was a region where the fundamental energy of the place expressed itself along fire-type principles, where the geology was volcanic, where the atmosphere was dry and heated, where the organisms that evolved there developed fire-type adaptations, not because of any deliberate selection pressure, but because the ambient energy that permeated the region favored fire-type expression. These domains were not static. The legendary beings that embodied them were alive, and living things move, and when they moved, their domains moved with them. Or rather, the boundaries of their domains shifted, expanding in the direction of their movement, contracting in the regions they left behind. The ancient accounts described this as a breathing, the slow expansion and contraction of elemental territories as the legendary beings that sustained them moved through their cycles of activity and rest. The first legendary diplomatic councils were not formal institutions. They were encounters, moments in which two or more legendary beings, whose territories bordered one another, were brought into proximity by the natural movement of the world's energy systems and were compelled to negotiate the terms of their coexistence. These negotiations were not conducted in language. The legendary beings of the early world did not use language in the human sense. They communicated through the direct exchange of energetic signals, through the modulation of the elemental forces they embodied, through a form of interaction that was closer to the exchange of weather systems than to conversation. The outcomes of these negotiations were not written down. They were written into the landscape, expressed in the specific configuration of the boundaries between elemental territories, in the particular gradient of the transition zones where one type of energy gave way to another, in the stable arrangements that persisted for geological ages because they represented the equilibrium point that the negotiating beings had reached. The mountain range that separated a fire-type territory from an ice-type territory was not merely a geological feature. It was a treaty, the physical expression of an agreement between two legendary beings about where one domain ended and the other began. The ancient rituals that proto-human civilizations developed to communicate with legendary guardian entities were built on a foundation of observation. The earliest humans who lived near legendary territories noticed that the legendary beings responded to certain conditions, that they became more active during specific seasons, that they were drawn to specific locations within their territories during specific astronomical events, that their behavior changed in response to changes in the local environment. From these observations, the proto-human communities constructed a practical knowledge of legendary behavior, not a theology, not yet, but an ecology, a body of knowledge about the habits and needs of the most powerful beings in their environment. The rituals that emerged from this knowledge were, at their core, attempts to reproduce the conditions that the legendary beings responded to create, through deliberate human action, the environmental signals that would draw a legendary being's attention toward the humans who were generating them. The use of fire in these rituals was not symbolic. Fire was the signal that fire-type legendary beings recognized as relevant to their nature. The use of water was not symbolic. Water was the medium through which water-type legendary beings perceived the world. The rituals were not prayers in the religious sense. They were communications, imperfect and approximate, but genuine attempts to speak in the only language that the legendary beings could hear. The influence that legendary psychic beings exerted on the cognitive development of early human and proto-human populations was not intentional in any meaningful sense. Psychic-type legendary beings did not decide to accelerate the development of human cognition. What they did was exist, and their existence, in proximity to human populations, produced effects that the humans themselves could not have predicted or prevented. The psychic energy that these beings radiated was not harmful. It was stimulating, a form of energetic signal that, when received by organisms with sufficient neural complexity, activated cognitive capacities that those organisms possessed but had not yet fully developed. The ancient accounts of civilizations that lived near the territories of legendary psychic beings described a characteristic quality of thought that distinguished those populations from others: a greater capacity for abstract reasoning, a more developed sense of the relationships between distant things, a stronger intuition for pattern and consequence. These were not supernatural gifts. They were the natural result of sustained exposure to psychic-type energetic fields, the cognitive equivalent of the physical adaptations that organisms developed when they lived in regions dominated by fire-type or water-type energy. The fire-type legendary beings that inhabited the world's volcanic regions performed a function that was both ecological and geological. Volcanic activity in the early world was not merely a source of destruction. It was a source of renewal, the mechanism by which the minerals locked in the planet's deep rock were brought to the surface, made available to the biological systems that depended on them. Left unmanaged, however, volcanic activity could overshoot the threshold of renewal and become pure destruction. Eruptions so massive that they blanketed entire regions in ash altered the atmospheric chemistry across hemispheres and produced temperature drops sufficient to trigger mass extinction events. The fire-type legendary beings that inhabited volcanic regions managed this threshold. Their relationship with the volcanic systems they inhabited was not that of a controller and a controlled system. It was more intimate than that, a relationship of mutual constitution in which the legendary being's energy and the volcanic system's energy were so thoroughly integrated that changes in one produced changes in the other. When a volcanic system began to build toward a catastrophic eruption, the fire-type legendary being associated with it experienced the buildup as a kind of pressure in its own body, a discomfort that motivated it to take actions that released the accumulated energy gradually, preventing the catastrophic threshold from being reached. The cosmic balance maintained by the legendary water and flying types operated at a different scale. Water-type legendary beings managed the world's hydrological systems, the vast cycles of evaporation, precipitation, and runoff that distributed fresh water across the land surfaces of the world. Flying-type legendary beings managed the atmospheric systems that drove those cycles, the great wind patterns and pressure gradients that carried moisture from the oceans to the interior of the continents, that distributed heat from the equatorial regions toward the poles, that maintained the atmospheric chemistry that all terrestrial life depended on. The first legendary battles that shaped continental boundaries were not wars in the human sense. They were territorial disputes, confrontations between legendary beings whose domains overlapped, whose elemental natures were incompatible at close range, and whose attempts to coexist in the same region produced energetic conflicts so intense that they registered in the geological record. The collision of a fire-type legendary being's energy field with an ice-type legendary being's energy field did not merely produce a cold flame or a warm frost. It produced a zone of energetic instability, a region where the competing forces generated earthquakes, volcanic activity, and atmospheric disruption on a scale that altered the landscape permanently. The mountain ranges that the ancient mythologies attributed to legendary dragon activity were among the most enduring consequences of these early territorial conflicts. Dragon-type legendary beings, whose energies were the most intense and the most elemental, produced the most dramatic geological effects when they moved through or contested a region. The ancient accounts described legendary dragon beings rising to their full height in territorial displays, moments of energetic release so concentrated that the ground beneath them fractured, the rock compressed and folded under the pressure, and the resulting formations persisted for geological ages as the visible record of a confrontation that had lasted perhaps only days. The legendary ice-type beings that regulated global temperature patterns operated through mechanisms that the ancient accounts described with a characteristic precision. Ice, as an elemental force, was understood not merely as frozen water, but as the principle of thermal memory, the capacity of a medium to absorb heat, hold it, and release it slowly over time. The great ice formations that legendary ice-type beings sustained in the polar regions of the world were not simply cold places. They were thermal reservoirs, vast stores of absorbed heat that by holding that heat out of the atmospheric system maintained the temperature differentials that drove the world's wind and ocean current systems. The spiritual connection between legendary ghost and psychic types was one of the oldest and most complex relationships in the legendary order. Ghost-type energy, in the ancient elemental understanding, was the energy of transition, the force that operated in the boundary zones between states of being, between the living and the dead, between the material and the immaterial, between the present moment and the accumulated weight of all past moments. Psychic-type energy was the energy of awareness, the capacity to perceive, process, and transmit information across the boundary zones that ghost-type energy inhabited. The two types were therefore not merely compatible. They were functionally interdependent, each one requiring the other to fulfill its nature completely. The early symbiotic relationships between legendary and non-legendary Pokémon were built on this same principle of functional interdependence. The legendary beings needed the ordinary Pokémon populations in ways that the ancient accounts were careful to document. A legendary being whose nature was oriented toward a specific elemental force required an ecosystem of ordinary organisms to sustain the energy cycles that fed that force. A fire-type legendary being required a living landscape, a forest that could burn, a grassland that could dry, a population of fire-adapted organisms that completed the combustion cycle by providing fuel and consuming ash. Without the ordinary ecosystem, the legendary being's energy had nothing to work with, nothing to manage, nothing to sustain. The legendary rock-type beings, whose influence shaped the geological structural formations of the early world, worked on timescales that made even geological time seem brief. Their method of influence was not dramatic, not the explosive volcanic activity of fire-type beings or the seismic confrontations of dragon-type entities. It was patient. Rock-type legendary beings exerted their influence through sustained pressure, through the slow, steady application of force to the crystalline structures of the rock around them, gradually altering the orientation and density of those structures in ways that accumulated over millions of years into the great mountain ranges, the deep canyon systems, the ancient shield formations that formed the stable cores of the continents. The first documented migration routes of legendary Pokémon were reconstructed in later ages through a combination of geological evidence, atmospheric records, and the careful analysis of mythological accounts from civilizations whose territories lay along the suspected paths. The routes were not straight lines. They followed the contours of the world's energy systems, the gradients of elemental force that legendary beings were sensitive to in the way that migratory birds are sensitive to magnetic fields. They curved around regions of incompatible energy, followed the paths of ancient river systems and mountain ranges, and converged at specific points where the world's energy systems produced conditions of particular intensity. The legendary fighting-type beings that established early territorial boundaries did so through a mechanism that was both physical and energetic. Fighting-type energy, in the ancient understanding, was the energy of defined force, the principle of directed action, of effort applied with precision toward a specific outcome. The territorial boundaries that fighting-type legendary beings established were not invisible lines in the landscape. They were zones of energetic signature, regions where the fighting-type legendary being's energy field was sufficiently concentrated that other beings could perceive it as a boundary, a statement of presence and capacity that communicated the terms of territorial occupation without requiring physical confrontation. The mythical accounts of legendary Pokémon healing planetary ecological systems described a function that operated at the intersection of all the elemental types. When a region's ecological systems suffered damage, through volcanic catastrophe, through the energetic disruption produced by legendary territorial conflicts, through the slow accumulation of imbalance in the energy cycles that sustained the local ecosystem, the healing process required the coordinated action of multiple legendary beings, each contributing the aspect of elemental force that its nature made it capable of providing. The fire-type beings cleared the damaged organic matter. The water-type beings restored the hydrological cycles. The rock-type and ground-type beings stabilized the geological substrate. The flying-type beings restored the atmospheric patterns. The psychic-type beings coordinated the process, perceiving the overall pattern of damage and communicating the specific needs of each stage to the beings whose natures equipped them to address those needs. The cosmic energy networks that connected different legendary types were not designed. They emerged, the natural consequence of the fact that all the elemental forces in the world were ultimately expressions of the same primordial energy that Arceus had dispersed at the moment of creation. The connections between those expressions were therefore not constructed links, but original unities, places where the apparent distinctness of different elemental forces dissolved back into the underlying wholeness from which they had differentiated. The legendary beings that embodied those forces were, at the deepest level of their nature, expressions of the same source. Their networks were the visible expression of that shared origin. The communication systems that legendary beings developed among themselves were by any standard applicable to them, beyond human comprehension, not because humans lacked the intelligence to understand them, but because the medium in which they operated was not accessible to human senses. Legendary beings communicated through the direct modulation of elemental force, through changes in the intensity, frequency, and pattern of the energy they embodied. A water-type legendary being could transmit complex information to another water-type being across thousands of kilometers of ocean by altering the deep pressure patterns of the water column in ways that the receiving being could detect and interpret. A psychic-type being could transmit information across even greater distances through the direct modulation of the psychic energy field that connected all psychic sensitive beings. The legendary poison-type beings that maintained the early planetary biological balance occupied a role that was frequently misunderstood in later mythological accounts, which tended to associate poison with harm and destruction. The ancient accounts were more precise. Poison-type energy, in the elemental understanding of the early world, was the energy of transformation through dissolution, the force that broke down complex biological structures into their component elements, making those elements available for recombination into new structures. Without this function, the biological systems of the early world would have accumulated dead matter faster than they could process it, eventually burying the living systems under the weight of their own residue. The legendary poison-type beings that managed this process were therefore not threats to the ecosystem. They were its maintenance system, the beings whose nature ensured that the biological cycles of growth, death, and renewal remained functional. Their territories were not dead zones, but zones of intense biological activity, places where the rate of transformation was high enough that the nutrients released by dissolution were immediately available to the organisms that needed them. Though ancient human communities that learned to recognize these territories learned also to respect the boundary that the poison-type legendary beings maintained around them, not out of fear, precisely, but out of an accurate understanding of what those territories contained and what function they served. The first diplomatic interventions carried out by legendary Pokémon did not resemble anything that later civilizations would recognize as negotiation. There were no chambers, no spoken language, no formal exchange of terms. What existed instead were moments of convergence, occasions when two or more legendary presences drew close enough to one another that the pressure of their accumulated will altered the conditions of the land between them. The conflicts they intervened in were themselves not wars in any human sense. They were ecological ruptures, territories where the fundamental forces that different legendary entities embodied had begun to bleed into one another, producing conditions that neither region could sustain. The air at these boundaries carried a particular quality, something between heat and pressure, a stillness that was not peaceful but coiled. Landorus moved through these ruptures the way water moves through fractured stone, not by force, but by finding the path that already existed. The entity that ancient Unovan traditions called the Guardian of the Fields carried within its form the accumulated productive tension of the earth itself, the pressure beneath soil that pushes roots downward and draws moisture upward. When territorial boundaries between wind-shaped highlands and water-carved lowlands began to collapse into one another, Landorus did not choose a side. Instead, the entity settled at the precise point of overlap and allowed its presence to redistribute the competing energies outward in both directions simultaneously. Tornadus and Thundurus, whose own natures pulled perpetually toward disruption and release, found that the ground beneath Landorus held firm in a way that their energies could not dissolve. The intervention was not a victory for any party. It was a restoration of the conditions under which each force could persist without consuming the others. The mythological record of these moments described them in the language of weather. Ancient texts from what later became the Unova region spoke of great storms that approached one another and then retreated, as though called back by a voice beneath the ground. The storms did not dissipate. They continued their cycles elsewhere. But the land between them held, and the communities of smaller Pokémon that had sheltered in that land continued their lives without awareness of what had nearly collapsed around them. That unawareness was, in its own way, the measure of the intervention's success. Across the world's younger forests, a different kind of order was being maintained by presences that moved on 6 legs and carried the logic of ecosystems within their very structure. The legendary Pokémon associated with insect and arthropod lineages did not govern through size or elemental power in the conventional sense. Their authority derived from something more precise, an understanding of the interlocking dependencies that held living systems together, an ability to perceive the thread that, if pulled, would cause the whole fabric to unravel. Genesect, in the form that existed before any civilization thought to alter it, moved through ancient forest layers with a biological intelligence that processed environmental data through mechanisms no later researcher fully mapped. The entity did not manage ecosystems through intervention so much as through calibration, small adjustments to the chemical signals that governed the behavior of entire insect populations, minute alterations to the decomposition rates of organic matter, a presence that the forest recognized and responded to at the level of its smallest components. The role of these legendary bug-type presences was not visible in the way that a volcanic eruption or a storm is visible. Their work accumulated in the texture of the forest floor, in the particular richness of soil that had been properly turned and aerated over long cycles, in the precise timing of flowering and decay that kept the nutrient exchange between living and dead matter flowing without interruption. Ancient traditions from forested regions described a guardian that moved beneath the canopy like a current beneath still water, present in the system's health but rarely seen as the cause of it. The smell of rain-wet earth after a long, dry season, the particular density of fungi that appeared along fallen trunks in autumn, the synchronous emergence of certain larvae from their pupae, these were understood to be signatures of a presence that had passed through recently, adjusting the conditions with a precision that no storm or fire could replicate. What these accounts consistently emphasized was the relationship between the legendary bug-type presences and time. Their management of ecosystems was not reactive, but anticipatory. The calibrations they made in one season produced effects that would not fully manifest until several cycles later. This required a form of patience that the ancient traditions found almost incomprehensible, a willingness to act now for consequences that would only be visible to a future version of the same forest. The cost of that patience was occasionally misread as absence. There were periods when the legendary presence withdrew entirely from a region, allowing the ecosystem to accumulate stress until the stress itself became the signal that reorganization was needed. The forest would thin, the soil would compact, the balance between predator and prey among the smaller arthropod populations would tilt toward collapse. And then, in the space of a single wet season, the presence would return and the entire system would reorganize around the new equilibrium that the stress had made possible. In the quiet that followed these cycles of withdrawal and return, the forest held a particular stillness, not emptiness, but completion. The entities associated with ground and rock did not share the same relationship with time that the insect presences maintained. Where the bug-type guardians worked in cycles measured in seasons and decades, the ground and rock entities operated across durations that made seasons irrelevant. Regirock, whose body was composed of the compressed sedimentary record of the planet's earliest geological periods, carried within its form a memory that predated the emergence of most living things. The entity did not remember events in any way that resembled biological memory. Instead, its structure encoded the accumulated pressure of specific geological moments, the weight of ancient seas, the compaction of ancient volcanic ash, the slow crystallization of minerals under conditions that no longer existed on the surface of the world. When Regirock moved through a region, the ground responded to that encoded history. Stone that had been fractured by more recent forces settled back into orientations that reflected older, deeper structural logic. Gruden occupied a different register of the same geological domain. Where Regirock preserved the record of past formations, Groudon actively participated in the ongoing process of continental definition. The heat that radiated from Groudon's body was not simply warmth. It was the surface expression of the planet's interior pressure, the same force that drove magma through fissures and pushed new land upward through oceanic floors. When Groudon settled into a region, the land around it did not merely warm. It consolidated. Loose sediment compacted. Shallow coastal formations hardened into stable platforms capable of bearing the weight of new ecological communities. The ancient traditions of what later became the Hoenn region described this process in terms of the land finding its own confidence, a quality that the earth possessed only when the presence that understood its deepest nature was near enough to remind it of what it was. The early interactions between these two presences, Regirock and Groudon, were not collaborative in any deliberate sense. They did not seek one another out, but when their territories overlapped, the geological consequences were significant. The record encoded in Regirock's sedimentary body provided a template against which Groudon's active reshaping could be calibrated. New formations that Groudon produced tended, in regions where Regirock had also been present, to align more precisely with the underlying structural logic of the continent. The result was geological stability of a kind that persisted long after both presences had moved on, formations that resisted the fracturing effects of later seismic activity because they had been built according to a pattern that the deepest layers of the planet recognized as correct. The warmth that lingered in stone after Groudon passed was distinct from ordinary solar heat. It came from within the rock rather than from its surface, a radiance that smaller Pokémon learned to seek out during cold periods, pressing their bodies against stone that held the memory of a presence far older than any of them. The legendary Pokémon associated with fairy-type energy occupied a category that the ancient traditions struggled to describe in purely physical terms. The difficulty was not that their influence was subtle. In many accounts, it was overwhelming, but that it operated through a dimension of experience that physical description could not fully capture. Xerneas carried life energy not as a stored resource, but as an active principle, a quality of aliveness that it continuously generated and distributed through the ecosystems it moved through. The trees in Xerneas's wake did not simply grow faster or taller. They grew with a particular quality of vitality, a density of living tissue that made them resistant to disease and capable of sustaining communities of smaller organisms that could not survive in ordinarily healthy woodland. The light that filtered through these forests had a quality that ancient traditions described as clarity, not brightness, but a quality of illumination that allowed living things to perceive their environment with unusual precision. The spiritual significance attributed to these fairy-type presences in the mythological record derived from this relationship with life energy as a principle rather than a resource. Xerneas did not distribute life the way a river distributes water, moving from a source to a terminus. The entity generated life continuously from within itself, and the generation appeared to be self-sustaining. The more life Xerneas distributed, the more it had to distribute. This was understood by ancient traditions as a fundamental statement about the nature of existence, that life, properly understood, was not a finite quantity that diminished as it was spent, but a quality that increased through its own expression. The communities that formed around Xerneas's territories developed spiritual practices centered on this principle, practices that involve deliberate acts of care and cultivation as methods of generating rather than consuming vitality. Diancie, whose crystalline form condensed fairy-type energy into physical structure, expressed this same principle through a different medium. The diamonds that Diancie produced were not merely beautiful objects. Their crystalline lattice encoded a particular harmonic frequency that stabilized the emotional and psychological states of the communities of Pokémon that lived near them. The ancient traditions described this as a kind of peace that was not the absence of feeling, but the presence of order within feeling, a conditions in which even strong emotions moved through their natural cycles without becoming destructive. This was understood to be the deepest expression of what the fairy-type presences offered, not the elimination of difficulty, but the transformation of difficulty into something that living systems could process and integrate. Sylveon's lineage, traced in the oldest mythological accounts, suggested that the capacity for this kind of emotional mediation was not exclusive to singular legendary presences, but could be distributed through entire communities of Pokémon who had developed the sensitivity to carry it. The legendary fairy-type entities were understood as the concentrated source of a quality that could, under the right conditions, propagate outward through the living world. The legendary Pokémon associated with what the ancient traditions called normal-type energy occupied a position in the mythological record that was easy to overlook precisely because their influence was so pervasive. Arceus, whose form contained within it the potential for all types simultaneously, expressed the normal-type principle as a kind of fundamental coherence, the quality that allowed different systems to exist in relation to one another without collapsing into mutual interference. But below Arceus, in the hierarchy of legendary normal-type presences, other entities maintained this coherence at a more local scale. Regigigas, whose massive form had guided the movement of continents during the planet's earliest geological periods, carried within its structure an understanding of how large-scale systems maintained their integrity through the coordination of their component parts. The social structural harmony that Regigigas maintained was not social in any behavioral sense. The entity did not mediate between communities of Pokémon or adjudicate disputes. What it maintained was something more fundamental, the conditions under which large-scale coordination was physically possible. When Regigigas moved through a region, the tectonic plates beneath it settled into orientations that reduced the frequency of catastrophic seismic events. The reduction of geological instability created conditions in which ecological communities could persist long enough to develop the complex interdependencies that constituted genuine social structure. Communities that formed in geologically stable regions developed more elaborate systems of communication, more complex patterns of resource sharing, more nuanced relationships between different species. The social complexity was not something Regigigas created directly. It was something that became possible because of the stability that Regigigas maintained. Meloetta expressed this principle through a different medium. The entity whose form carried the resonance of melody and rhythm influenced the social structures of Pokémon communities through the medium of sound, specifically through the patterns of vibration that traveled through air and water and stone, organizing the behavior of living things in ways that they experienced as natural impulse rather than external direction. A community of Pokémon in a region where Meloetta had been present recently would find that their calls and movements fell into patterns of unusual coherence, that the timing of their collective behaviors aligned in ways that reduced conflict and increased the efficiency of resource use. The ancient traditions described this as the world remembering how to sing. The question of how the world's climate was regulated during the earliest periods of its history was answered differently by different legendary traditions. Some accounts as emphasized the role of singular entities of immense power, Kyogre and Gruden, whose conflict and eventual equilibrium defined the boundary between ocean and continent. Others pointed to a more distributed system in which many legendary presences, each governing a specific aspect of the atmospheric and hydrological cycle, maintained the whole through their collective activity. Both accounts contained elements that the mythological record consistently supported. Rayquaza's role in this system was foundational in a specific sense. The entity that circled the planet's upper atmosphere did not generate weather, but governed the boundary conditions within which weather was possible. By maintaining the integrity of the atmospheric layers through which solar energy entered and thermal energy departed, Rayquaza ensured that the planet's surface received the particular quality and quantity of energy that its ecosystems required. The ancient traditions of the Hoenn region described Rayquaza as the sky's own memory, the presence that reminded the atmosphere of its proper structure whenever disruptions from below or from space threatened to alter it permanently. The ozone-tinged air of high altitudes, sharp and thin and carrying a quality of distance, was understood to be the residual signature of Rayquaza's passage. Suicune, moving across the surface of the world in patterns that the ancient traditions described as wind-given form, purified the atmospheric moisture that became precipitation. The water that fell as rain in regions where Suicune had recently passed carried a particular quality of clarity, low mineral content, high oxygen saturation, a temperature precisely calibrated to the needs of the ecosystems it would enter. This was not merely chemical filtration. Suicune's passage through a region altered the atmospheric pressure gradients in ways that influenced the timing and distribution of rainfall, ensuring that precipitation reached the areas where it was most needed rather than accumulating in already saturated zones or bypassing drought-stressed regions entirely. The coordination between Rayquaza, Suicune, and the other legendary presences involved in climate regulation was not deliberate in any conscious sense. It was systemic, the product of a network of entities whose individual behaviors, each governed by the logic of their own nature, produced collective outcomes that no single entity had designed or intended. The climate that resulted from this network was not static. It shifted and varied across long cycles, producing periods of warmth and cold, aridity and moisture that drove the evolutionary diversification of the living world. The ancient traditions understood these cycles not as failures of the regulatory system, but as its most sophisticated product, the deliberate introduction of variability that prevented any single ecological configuration from becoming so dominant that it eliminated the diversity of conditions required for life's continued elaboration. The legendary Pokémon associated with Dark-type energy occupied a position in the mythological record that was consistently mischaracterized by the traditions that feared them. Darkrai, whose influence manifested as the capacity to generate and inhabit the dream states of sleeping creatures, did not exist in opposition to the light-type energies that some traditions positioned as its counterpart. The entity operated in a domain that was simply different, the interior of consciousness during its periods of reduced contact with the external world. The dreams that Darkrai inhabited were not created by the entity, but were the natural productions of the sleeping minds it moved through. Darkrai's presence altered these dreams, intensifying them, giving them a quality of vividness and consequence that ordinary dreams did not possess. The cosmic negotiations attributed to Dark-type legendary presences in the ancient traditions were conducted in this interior space. When conflicts between legendary entities could not be resolved through the physical adjustment of territorial boundaries or the redistribution of elemental energies, the dark-type presences offered an alternative medium, the shared interior space of consciousness itself, where the representations of competing forces could be brought into contact in a form that allowed their incompatibilities to be examined without the catastrophic consequences that direct physical confrontation would produce. Hoopa, whose ring-shaped form could create apertures between distant points in space, extended this principle into the physical world. The entity did not merely move objects through these apertures. It created conditions in which things that were separated by vast distances could occupy the same relational space, could, in the language of the ancient traditions, see one another clearly for the first time. The negotiations that Hoopa facilitated were understood to be the most dangerous kind, because they required that each party surrender the protection of distance. To be brought through Hoopa's ring was to be made immediately present to whatever had been held at a safe remove. The ancient traditions described this as the dark type's most essential gift and its most essential demand, that the things which avoided one another be made to meet. The systems through which legendary Pokémon transferred energy between themselves and between different regions of the world were among the most complex aspects of the mythological record. The ancient traditions described these systems in terms of channels and flows, of reservoirs and distributions, a language that suggested something resembling a circulatory system operating at a planetary scale. Jirachi, whose form condensed the energy of starlight into a crystalline point and held it through long periods of dormancy, functioned within this system as a kind of storage node. The energy that accumulated within Jirachi during its sleeping periods was not merely preserved, it was transformed, processed through the entity's crystalline structure in ways that altered its fundamental character. Starlight that entered Jirachi as raw electromagnetic radiation emerged after the transformation as something that the ancient traditions called wish energy, a quality of potential that could be directed toward the fulfillment of conditions that the world required but had not yet been able to generate through its ordinary processes. The transfer of this energy was not a passive event. Jirachi's awakening, which occurred on cycles that the ancient traditions described as once every 1,000 years, was accompanied by a redistribution of the accumulated potential across the network of living systems connected to the entity's presence. Regions that had been struggling with ecological deficits, insufficient biodiversity, depleted soil nutrients, disrupted hydrological cycles, found that these deficits resolved more rapidly in the periods following Jirachi's awakening than at any other time. The ancient traditions attributed this to the directed action of the wish energy, the accumulated potential finding its way to the conditions that most required it. Victini, whose presence generated an apparently inexhaustible supply of a different kind of energy, one that the ancient traditions associated with the capacity for success, for the completion of intended actions, contributed to this transfer system through a different mechanism, where Jirachi stored and redistributed energy in discrete cycles. Victini generated it continuously and distributed it through direct contact with the living communities it moved among. The effect was cumulative. Communities that Victini had visited regularly over long periods developed a quality of resilience that persisted even after the entity's presence was withdrawn. The ancient traditions described this as the world learning to expect its own success, a condition in which the probability of positive outcomes increased not because the external conditions had changed, but because the internal orientation of living systems had shifted toward the expectation of completion. The legendary Pokémon associated with Steel-type energy approached the world through a logic that was fundamentally different from the organic and elemental frameworks that governed most other legendary presences, where entities like Groudon or Kyogre expressed forces that the natural world had always contained. The Steel-type presences expressed something that the world was still in the process of discovering about itself. The capacity to produce, through the combination and refinement of its own materials, structures of greater precision and durability than nature had yet generated through biological processes alone. Registeel, whose body was composed of a metal alloy that no geological process had ever naturally produced, represented the endpoint of a refinement process that had taken the entirety of the planet's geological history to complete. The materials in Registeel's body had been processed through conditions of extreme pressure and temperature deep within the planet's mantle, combined and recombined over billions of years until they achieved a molecular structure of unusual stability. The entity's very existence was the product of the planet's slow self-refinement, a demonstration that the processes of geological transformation, given sufficient time, could produce materials of a quality that exceeded anything that biological evolution had managed to generate. The influence that Registeel and similar steel-type presences exerted on what the ancient traditions called proto-technological development was not direct. These entities did not instruct early civilizations in the working of metal or the construction of durable structures. What they provided was a model, a demonstration, simply by existing, that the materials of the world could be combined and refined into forms of greater precision and durability than they possessed in their natural state. Communities of Pokémon that had long-term exposure to Registeel's presence developed over many generations a tendency toward the construction of more durable shelter structures, toward the selection and arrangement of materials with greater attention to their structural properties. The ancient traditions described this as the world teaching itself to build, a process that began not with instruction, but with the example of a form that had already achieved what the world was slowly learning to produce. Magarna, whose mechanical body incorporated biological and mechanical elements in a synthesis that no other legendary presence had achieved, extended this principle further. The entity's internal structure contained what the ancient traditions called a soul heart, a component that performed the integrative function that biological organisms performed through their nervous systems, but through mechanisms that were partly mechanical in nature. The existence of Magarna demonstrated that the boundary between biological and mechanical processes was permeable, that the same integrative functions could be performed through different physical substrates. This was understood in the mythological record as a profound statement about the nature of life, that it was defined by what it did, not by what it was made of. The preservation of genetic information was a responsibility that the ancient traditions attributed to Mew above all other legendary presences. The entity whose small, pink form concealed the complete genetic library of all Pokémon species was not simply a storage medium. Mew actively engaged with the genetic material it carried, exploring its own library through the physical transformations it was capable of performing, becoming temporarily any Pokémon species whose genetic code it contained. This was not mimicry. When Mew transformed into another species, it expressed that species' actual genetic programming, allowing the dormant code to activate and demonstrate its properties in a living context. The significance of this practice for the preservation of genetic information was considerable. Genetic code that is never expressed tends to accumulate errors through the natural processes of molecular decay. By periodically expressing each genetic sequence in its library, Mew subjected the code to the error correction mechanisms that biological expression activates, the cellular machinery that reads genetic information and repairs the errors that accumulation introduces. The ancient traditions described Mew's transformative play as the world's memory keeping itself accurate through use, the same principle that governs the maintenance of any complex information system, in which the information must be read and expressed regularly to remain intact. The mythological accounts of legendary flying-type presences and their role in continental navigation described a world in which the great distances between land masses were not obstacles, but pathways, corridors maintained by the entities that moved through them. Lugia, whose domain was the intersection of sky and ocean, understood the geography of the world's surface as a continuous medium in which the boundaries between air and water were less significant than the currents that moved through both. The entity navigated by following these currents, the great atmospheric rivers that circled the planet at high altitudes, the oceanic gyres that moved warm water from the equator toward the poles and cold water back again. By following these currents, Lugia traced paths that connected distant land masses through the medium of the fluid systems that surrounded them. The three legendary birds of the Kanto region, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, maintained a different kind of navigational system. Each entity governed a specific atmospheric condition: the cold stability of Articuno's domain, the electrical charge of Zapdos's, the thermal uplift of Moltres's. Together, these conditions defined the atmospheric character of the regions they inhabited, creating navigational landmarks that other Pokémon could use to orient themselves across great distances. A migrating flock that detected the particular quality of cold that preceded Articuno's presence knew that it was approaching the northern latitudes. The crackling charge in the air that marked Zapdos's territory served as a boundary signal, indicating the edge of a region that required specific adaptations to navigate safely. The thermal columns that rose from Moltres's volcanic domains provided the lift that long-distance flyers required to maintain altitude without expending their own energy reserves. The cosmic balance maintained by legendary psychic energy networks operated through a different principle than the physical regulation that other legendary presences performed. Psychic-type energy, as the ancient traditions understood it, was the force that connected consciousness to the physical world, the medium through which the intentions and perceptions of living minds influenced the conditions of their environment. Mewtwo, whose psychic capabilities exceeded those of any other known Pokémon, represented the extreme expression of this principle. The entity's mind was capable of perceiving and processing information at a scale and speed that no biological nervous system had previously achieved. This was not merely an enhancement of ordinary cognitive function. Mewtwo's consciousness operated in a register that the ancient traditions described as adjacent to the fundamental structure of reality, a level at which the distinction between perception and causation became difficult to maintain. Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, the three entities that inhabited the lakes of Sinnoh and collectively governed the dimensions of knowledge, emotion, and willpower, maintained the psychic energy network at a more distributed scale. Each entity anchored one of the three fundamental aspects of conscious experience that the ancient traditions identified as necessary for the network to function. Uxie's domain was the capacity to acquire and retain knowledge, the cognitive function that allowed living minds to accumulate information about their environment and use it to anticipate future conditions. Mesprit governed the emotional dimension of consciousness, the quality of feeling that gave knowledge its motivational weight, that made the difference between knowing that something was dangerous and actually avoiding it. Azelf maintained the dimension of will, the capacity to translate emotional motivation into directed action, to persist in pursuit of an intention despite the obstacles that the environment presented. The network that these three entities maintained was not merely psychological. Because psychic energy connected consciousness to physical conditions, the health of the network had direct consequences for the physical world. Communities of Pokémon in regions where the psychic energy network was functioning well demonstrated higher rates of cooperative behavior, more sophisticated communication systems, and greater capacity for adaptive response to environmental change. The ancient traditions understood this as the world thinking more clearly about itself, a condition in which the living systems that constituted the world's self-awareness were operating with the full range of cognitive, emotional, and volitional capacities that the network provided. Kyogre's regulation of the early oceanic ecosystems was a matter of scale that the ancient traditions struggled to convey through ordinary descriptive language. The entity whose body contained the mass of the deep ocean moved through the world's waters as a living pressure system, altering the temperature gradients, the salinity distributions, and the current patterns of entire ocean basins simply by being present within them. The upwellings that Kyogre's movement generated brought nutrient-rich cold water from the deep ocean to the sunlit surface layers, fueling the growth of the photosynthetic organisms that form the base of every marine food web. Without these upwellings, the surface layers of the ocean would have become nutrient depleted, and the elaborate communities of organisms that depended on surface productivity would have collapsed. The regulation that Kyogre performed was not uniform across the ocean. Different regions required different conditions, different temperatures, different current speeds, different nutrient compositions to support the specific communities of organisms that had evolved within them. Kyogre's movement through the ocean was not random. The entity followed pathways that the ancient traditions described as the ocean's own memory, the routes along which the physical conditions of the water most needed adjustment, the places where the balance between upwelling and stratification had drifted too far in one direction and required correction. The sound of Kyogre's movement through deep water was described in the ancient traditions as a tone so low that it could not be heard but could only be felt. A vibration in the body that the ocean's inhabitants experienced as a kind of confirmation, a reminder that the system they lived within was being attended to. Manaphy, whose relationship with the ocean was more intimate than Kyogre's and more distributed, maintained the connection between the ocean's surface communities and its deeper layers through a different mechanism. The entity's capacity to form bonds with other living things, described in the ancient traditions as a form of emotional resonance that transcended the boundaries between individual organisms, allowed it to function as a living network node, connecting the experiences and needs of individual marine communities to the broader system that Kyogre governed. Where Kyogre adjusted the ocean's physical parameters at a basin scale, Manaphy attended to the specific conditions of individual ecosystems, ensuring that the general adjustments Kyogre made translated correctly into the local conditions that each community required. The spiritual transformation processes documented in the oldest mythological accounts were understood to be among the most significant events in the history of the legendary Pokémon network. These were not merely changes in form or capability, they were fundamental alterations in the nature of a legendary presence, changes that altered its relationship to the systems it governed, and through those systems, to the world as a whole. Shaman's transformation between its land form and sky form was the most frequently cited example in the ancient traditions. The entity that moved slowly through meadows in its land form, accumulating the gratitude of the ecosystems it had restored, underwent a fundamental change when exposed to the Grassidea flower, a change that the ancient traditions described not as a shift in what Shaman was, but in what it was capable of expressing. In its sky form, Shaman carried the same essential nature that it expressed in its land form, the same capacity for gratitude, the same orientation toward restoration, but expressed these qualities through a different medium. Where the land form worked slowly and in direct contact with the ecosystems it attended to, the sky form moved rapidly through the air, distributing the seeds of restoration across distances that the land form could never have covered. The transformation was understood as a demonstration that the same essential quality could manifest through radically different modes of expression, that the nature of a legendary presence was not fixed to any particular form, but was something that could find new expression as conditions required. Calyrex, whose presence in the ancient traditions of Galar was associated with the governance of both plant growth and the cognitive processes of other living things, underwent a different kind of transformation through its relationships with the legendary steeds Spectrier and Glastrier. The entity's capacity to govern was not diminished by the separation from its steeds, but was altered in character, becoming more contemplative, more attentive to the interior dimensions of the systems it governed, more focused on the quality of the connections between living things rather than on the physical conditions of their environment. This was understood as the first spiritual transformation of a legendary presence through loss, the discovery that what had been removed had also, in its absence, revealed something that the presence of those elements had obscured. The regulation of planetary temperature by legendary fire-type presences operated through mechanisms that the ancient traditions described in terms of breath and circulation, the fire that moved through the world, the way blood moved through a body, carrying warmth from the places where it was generated to the places where it was needed. Ho-Oh, whose wings carried the colors of fire and whose flight path traced the boundaries between the world's great climatic zones, distributed thermal energy across the planet's surface through the medium of its own movement. The air currents, generated by Ho-Oh's wings, created pathways along which warm air moved from the equatorial regions toward the poles, moderating the extreme cold that would otherwise accumulate at the planet's most distant latitudes. Volcanion, whose body contained pressurized steam at temperatures that could dissolve stone, contributed to the thermal regulation system through a different mechanism. The entity's steam releases created atmospheric humidity in regions where the air was too dry to sustain precipitation, allowing the hydrological cycle to function in areas that would otherwise have been beyond its reach. The warmth carried in Volcanion's steam was not merely thermal, it was saturated with the mineral content of the deep geological formations through which the water had passed on its way to becoming steam, and this mineral load was deposited in the regions where the steam condensed as rain, enriching the soil chemistry of areas that the ordinary hydrological cycle could not have reached. Entei's role in the temperature regulation system was more direct. The entity whose roar was understood in the ancient traditions to be accompanied by the eruption of volcanoes moved through the world's volcanic regions as a living expression of the planet's internal heat. Where Groudon consolidated and hardened the land, Entei maintained the openings through which the planet's internal heat could reach the surface, the volcanic vents and hydrothermal systems through which the thermal energy of the planet's interior was released at a rate that the surface could absorb without catastrophic disruption. The ancient traditions described Entei's movement through a volcanic region as a kind of maintenance. The presence that ensured the planet's internal pressure was released gradually rather than accumulating to the point of catastrophic discharge. The diplomatic relationships between different legendary Pokémon types were not, in the earliest periods, characterized by anything resembling formal protocol. The entities involved did not communicate through language or gesture. Their negotiations were conducted through the medium of their own natures, through the adjustments that each entity made to the systems it governed, and through the way those adjustments affected the systems governed by other legendary presences. When Kyogre's expansion of the ocean threatened to submerge the coastal territories that Groudon maintained, the response was not a confrontation in the ordinary sense. It was a reciprocal adjustment, Groudon accelerating the production of new land mass in regions distant from Kyogre's primary domain, creating new coastal territories that compensated for those being lost to the ocean's expansion. The negotiation was conducted entirely through action, through the mutual adjustment of systems, without any exchange of representation or intention. The entities associated with Sinnoh's creation mythology, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, conducted their negotiations through a medium that was even more abstract. The dimensional boundaries between their respective domains were not fixed lines, but dynamic conditions, maintained through the ongoing expression of each entity's nature. When the boundary between Dialga's temporal domain and Palkia's spatial domain became unstable, the resolution did not involve either entity withdrawing from the contested region. Instead, both entities intensified the expression of their respective natures, and the intensification produced at the boundary between them a new condition that was neither purely temporal nor purely spatial, but combined elements of both. The ancient traditions described this as the creation of a new kind of place, a region of the world where time and space were experienced differently than in the surrounding territory, where the ordinary rules of physical existence were modulated by the proximity of two fundamental forces in a state of negotiated contact. The energy distribution systems managed by legendary electric-type presences were among the most technically complex aspects of the legendary network. Raikou, the entity that the ancient traditions described as the lightning that struck the earth at the beginning of time, moved through the world's electromagnetic field in patterns that distributed electrical charge across the planet's surface with a precision that prevented the accumulation of charge differentials large enough to produce destructive discharge events. The ancient traditions of the Johto region described Raikou's movement as a kind of maintenance of the world's electrical nervous system, the ongoing work of ensuring that the charge generated by the planet's rotation, by the movement of charged particles in the upper atmosphere, and by the biochemical processes of living organisms was distributed evenly enough that no single point accumulated more than the surrounding systems could safely absorb. Zeraora, whose body conducted electrical charge through its own tissues with unusual efficiency, contributed to this distribution system through direct contact with the environments it moved through. Where Raikou maintained the large-scale distribution of atmospheric charge, Zeraora managed the smaller-scale distribution of electrical energy through the ecosystems it inhabited, ensuring that the charge accumulated in soil and water was maintained at levels that supported the biochemical processes of living organisms without interfering with them. The ancient traditions described Zeraora's touch as the feeling of a storm that had been made gentle, the sensation of electrical energy moving through a living body at precisely the intensity required to stimulate rather than damage. The exchange of genetic information between legendary Pokémon, distinct from the preservation of that information, was a process that the ancient traditions described with particular care, because it was understood to be the mechanism through which the legendary network maintained its own capacity for adaptation. Mew's role as the source of all Pokémon genetic code was well established in the mythological record, but the ancient traditions also described a more dynamic process in which genetic information moved between legendary presences through mechanisms that were not fully biological. The entities that Mew was capable of transforming into did not merely receive a copy of Mew's genetic expression, they contributed their own genetic signatures to the encounter, and Mew carried those signatures away, incorporating them into its library in a form that altered the expression of related sequences. This was understood as a form of genetic conversation, a mutual exchange in which both parties were changed by the encounter, in which the genetic library that Mew maintained was not a fixed archive, but a living collection that grew more complex and more precisely calibrated with each interaction. The ancient traditions described this process as the world learning from its own diversity, the mechanism through which the accumulated genetic wisdom of every Pokemon lineage was brought into contact with every other lineage, producing the cross-pollination of evolutionary strategies that allowed the living world to respond to conditions that no single lineage had encountered before. The planetary guardianship attributed to legendary dragon-type presences in the mythological record was understood as the most comprehensive form of oversight that any legendary entities exercised. Where other legendary presences governed specific systems, climate, geology, hydrology, psychic energy, the dragon-type guardians were understood to govern the integrity of the world itself, the condition in which all of its systems could continue to function in relation to one another. Rayquaza's role at the atmospheric boundary was one expression of this guardianship. Zygarde's role was another, and in many ways more fundamental. Zygarde, whose form could be distributed across an entire region as a network of individual cells and then assembled into progressively more powerful configurations as conditions required, monitored the ecological health of the world's ecosystems from within. Each cell was embedded in a specific ecological community, registering the conditions of that community and transmitting that information to the network as a whole. When the aggregate data indicated that a region was approaching ecological collapse, Zygarde assembled a greater proportion of its cells into a coherent form and intervened, not by overriding the processes that had produced the collapse, but by restoring the conditions under which those processes could return to their natural equilibrium. The ancient traditions described this as the world's immune system, the distributed intelligence that recognized when a part of the living system was failing and directed resources toward its restoration. Giratina's guardianship operated in the inverse domain, not the living world, but the distortion world, the space of antimatter and reversed physics that existed in relation to the physical world, as a shadow exists in relation to the object that casts it. By maintaining order within the distortion world, Giratina ensured that the boundary between that domain and the physical world remained stable, that the reversed physics of the antimatter dimension did not bleed through into the physical world and disrupt the conditions that living things depended on. The ancient traditions described Giratina's presence in the distortion world as a form of guardianship conducted in exile, the entity maintaining order in a domain that it had not chosen for the benefit of a world from which it had been excluded. The negotiations over dimensional boundaries that the ancient traditions recorded were among the most consequential events in the mythological record. The boundary between the physical world and the distortion world was not a fixed line, but a dynamic condition, maintained by the ongoing expression of Giratina's nature within the distortion world and by the corresponding expression of Dialga's and Palkia's natures within the physical world. When the conditions on either side of the boundary changed sufficiently, the boundary itself shifted, sometimes expanding the reach of the distortion world into the physical domain, sometimes contracting it. The ancient traditions describe these shifts as the most dangerous events in the history of the legendary network, because they threatened the conditions that made the physical world habitable for living things. The resolution of these boundary shifts was not achieved through the exercise of power by any single entity. It required the coordinated adjustment of conditions on both sides of the boundary simultaneously. Giratina modifying the conditions of the distortion world, while Dialga and Palkia modified the corresponding conditions of the physical world until the boundary between them settled into a new equilibrium that both sides could sustain. The ancient traditions described this process as the most intimate form of cooperation that the legendary network ever achieved, a moment in which entities that were fundamentally incompatible with one another's domains were required to act in precise coordination, trusting that the adjustments being made on the other side of the boundary were proceeding in the direction that the shared system required. The maintenance of planetary thermal equilibrium by legendary ice-type presences operated through mechanisms that complemented and counterbalanced the thermal regulation performed by fire-type entities. Articuno, whose wings generated cold that the ancient traditions described as the memory of the world's earliest ice ages, maintained the polar regions at temperatures that preserved the reflective ice sheets necessary for the planet's thermal balance. The ice that covered the polar regions reflected a significant portion of the solar energy that would otherwise have been absorbed by the dark rock and ocean beneath it. And this reflection was essential to maintaining the temperature differential between the equatorial and polar regions that drove the atmospheric circulation patterns that distributed weather across the planet's surface. Regis, whose body was composed of ice, formed under conditions of pressure and cold that no longer existed on the planet's surface, preserved within its structure the thermal memory of the world's coldest periods. The ice in Regis's body did not melt under ordinary surface conditions because it had been formed at depths and temperatures that had compressed its molecular structure beyond the reach of ordinary melting processes. The entity's presence in a region maintained the cold not merely through the direct effect of its temperature, but through the influence that its compressed ice structure exerted on the surrounding atmosphere, drawing moisture out of the air and depositing it as frost, reducing the temperature of the air column above it through a process of sustained radiative cooling. The strategies developed by the legendary network for the preservation of biological diversity were understood in the ancient traditions as the most forward-looking aspect of the network's activity. Where most legendary oversight was reactive, responding to conditions that had already developed, the diversity preservation strategies were anticipatory, designed to maintain the conditions under which biological diversity could continue to expand in the future. The legendary presences most directly associated with this work were those whose own forms embodied unusual diversity. Mew, whose genetic library contained the code for every Pokémon species. Zygarde, whose distributed cellular form constituted a survey of the world's ecosystems. And the Tapus, whose guardianship of specific island ecosystems demonstrated the principle that biological diversity was best preserved not through the management of individual species, but through the maintenance of the ecological conditions within which diverse communities could develop and sustain themselves. The ancient traditions describe the Tapus's approach to diversity preservation as the cultivation of islands of complexity, regions where the conditions were sufficiently varied and stable to support the development of ecological communities of unusual richness. Each of the 4 island guardians maintained a different set of conditions. Tapu Koko's electrical energy stimulated the rapid cycling of nutrients through the ecosystem. Tapu Lele's psychic scale pollen altered the developmental trajectories of the organisms that absorbed it. Tapu Bulu's plant growth enhancement created the dense vegetative structure within which complex communities could shelter. And Tapu Fini's mist purified the water systems that connected the island's ecological zones. Together, these four sets of conditions produced ecosystems of a complexity that neither any single set of conditions nor any three of the four could have generated alone. The geological stabilization work attributed to legendary rock-type presences in the mythological record was understood as the foundation, literally, upon which all other forms of ecological complexity rested. Without stable geological substrate, the soil systems that supported terrestrial ecosystems could not form. Without stable continental platforms, the coastal ecosystems that bridged the terrestrial and marine domains could not persist. The work of entities like Regirock and Tyranitar, whose massive form compressed and consolidated the geological substrate of the regions it moved through, was understood as the most fundamental form of ecological support, the maintenance of the physical conditions that made all other ecological processes possible. Terrakion, whose charging body could shatter stone, and whose presence in the ancient traditions was associated with the defense of weaker communities against those that would destroy their habitat, expressed the rock-type principle through a different dimension. The geological stability that Regirock maintained was the passive form of rock-type guardianship, the maintenance of existing structures. Terrakion's guardianship was active, the destruction of structures that had become threats to the communities that depended on the stable geological substrate. The ancient traditions described Terrakin's intervention as the moment when the land itself decided that a particular configuration was no longer acceptable and acted through the entity that expressed its will most directly. The cosmic energy networks that connected different legendary manifestations were not, in the ancient traditions, understood as infrastructure, as something that had been built and could be maintained or repaired. They were understood as the natural consequence of the legendary presences existing in relation to one another, the inevitable result of entities of sufficient power and specificity occupying the same world. When Dialga expressed time and Palkia expressed space, the interaction between those expressions produced the conditions within which all other events occurred. The legendary network was not a system that had been designed. It was the accumulated consequence of the world's most fundamental forces existing simultaneously, each according to its nature, and the interactions between those natures producing the conditions that made the world what it was. The conflict resolution protocols established by legendary fighting-type presences were among the most practically influential contributions of the legendary network to the development of the living world. Cobalion, Terrakion, Virizion, and Keldeo, the swords of justice, had developed across long periods of observation and intervention a framework for understanding the conditions under which conflict between communities of Pokémon escalated beyond the point where it could resolve itself naturally. Their interventions were not simply the application of superior force. Each of the four entities brought a specific quality to the resolution process. Cobalion contributed the quality of principled authority, the capacity to establish the terms of engagement that both parties would recognize as legitimate. Terrakion contributed the willingness to absorb consequences rather than deflect them. Virichin contributed the capacity to perceive the emotional dimensions of conflict that were not visible in the physical confrontation. And Keldeo contributed the quality of untested courage, the willingness to engage with a conflict before having the certainty of outcome that experience provides. The interdimensional communication methods that the ancient traditions attributed to legendary presences were distinct from the physical movement between dimensions that entities like Hoopa and Giratina performed. Communication across dimensional boundaries did not require physical passage. It required the translation of information from one dimensional context to another, the conversion of a message encoded in the physics of one dimension into a form that could be received and decoded in the physics of another. The legendary presences most associated with this work were those whose own nature already incorporated elements of multiple dimensional frameworks, entities like Cresselia, whose crescent form traced the boundary between waking and dreaming, and Lunala, whose relationship with the moon connected it to the gravitational and luminous dimensions that ordinary physical entities did not access. The spiritual mediation performed by legendary ghost-type presences was understood in the ancient traditions as the management of the boundary between the living and the dead, a boundary that, in the cosmology of the ancient traditions, was not absolute but permeable, and whose permeability was both a source of wisdom and a source of danger. Marshadow, whose shadowed form allowed it to inhabit the shadows of living things and observe their movements and intentions from within, functioned as a mediator in the specific sense of existing between categories, between living and dead, between visible and invisible, between the intentions that living things expressed and the intentions they concealed. The ancient traditions described Marshadow's mediation as the work of making honesty possible, of creating conditions in which the gap between what was expressed and what was actually intended was reduced to a size that the community could manage. The ecological restoration projects that the legendary network undertook in the aftermath of major disruptions were understood as the most collaborative expression of the network's capabilities. No single legendary presence possessed all of the elements required to restore a severely degraded ecosystem. Restoration required the simultaneous contribution of geological stabilization, hydrological regulation, atmospheric adjustment, biological seeding, and the kind of psychic energy calibration that allowed the restored ecosystem to develop the internal communication networks that would sustain it after the legendary presences withdrew. The ancient traditions described these restoration projects as the moments when the legendary network was most clearly visible as a network, when the independence that each entity normally maintained was temporarily suspended in service of a shared outcome that none of them could achieve alone. The biological filtration systems managed by legendary poison-type presences were among the least celebrated but most essential contributions of the legendary network. The world's ecosystems generated, as a byproduct of their normal functioning, quantities of biological waste and chemical byproducts that, if allowed to accumulate, would eventually render the environments that produce them uninhabitable. The legendary presences associated with poison-type energy had developed, over the course of the world's biological history, the capacity to process these byproducts, to break down complex toxic compounds into simpler forms that the environment could safely absorb, to maintain the chemical gradients that allowed the ordinary processes of biological decomposition to function without producing conditions that were lethal to the organisms performing the decomposition. Nihilego, whose form bore a resemblance to the oceanic organisms that performed similar filtration functions in the marine environment, expressed this principle in a register that the ancient traditions described as simultaneously ancient and alien, a presence that operated according to the same fundamental logic as the other poison-type entities, but through mechanisms that suggested an origin in a different set of physical conditions. The entity's capacity to bond with other organisms and alter their neurochemistry was understood as an extreme expression of the filtration principle, the removal of internal chemical conditions that interfered with the optimal functioning of the host organism's systems. The ancient traditions treated this capacity with caution, recognizing that the boundary between filtration and transformation was one that Nihilego did not always maintain. The control of genetic mutation, the management of the rate and direction of evolutionary change, was a responsibility that the ancient traditions attributed to several legendary presences working in coordination. Mutation was understood as both the engine of biological diversity and the source of biological catastrophe, depending on its rate and direction. Too little mutation produced stagnation, populations that could not adapt to changing conditions and were therefore vulnerable to extinction when the conditions changed. Too much mutation produced instability, populations in which the accumulated genetic errors disrupted the functioning of the biological systems that mutations were supposed to improve. The legendary presences associated with genetic mutation control maintained the rate of mutation within the range that produced adaptation without instability, and directed the direction of mutation toward the production of traits that the ecosystems of the future would require. Eternatus, whose vast form contained within it the power to generate the Dynamax phenomenon, the temporary amplification of biological processes to a scale that the ordinary parameters of the physical world could barely contain, was understood in the ancient traditions as the most extreme expression of this principle. The energy that Eternatus carried was not primarily destructive, though the ancient traditions acknowledged that its uncontrolled release had catastrophic potential. It was amplificatory, a force that took the existing biological potential of living things and expanded it temporarily beyond its ordinary limits. The ancient traditions described Eternatus as the world's reminder of its own latent power, the presence that demonstrated periodically what the living world was capable of if the constraints that made ordinary life possible were temporarily suspended. The regeneration of ecosystems by legendary bug-type presences returned, in the most ancient traditions, to the principle that had governed their initial management role. The understanding that recovery, like management, operated through the patient accumulation of small adjustments over long periods. The regeneration of a severely degraded ecosystem was not a single event, but a sequence of conditions, each of which had to be established before the next could be initiated. The legendary bug-type presences understood this sequence, not as a plan but as a process, something that the ecosystem itself knew how to perform, given the right initial conditions. Their role in regeneration was to establish those initial conditions and then to withdraw, allowing the ecosystem's own logic to drive the recovery forward. The fairy-type energy harmonization that the legendary presences associated with that type performed was understood in the ancient traditions as the maintenance of the emotional and relational substrate of the living world, the conditions under which the connections between living things remained functional. Sylveon's lineage had demonstrated that this capacity could be distributed through communities of ordinary Pokémon. The legendary fairy-type presences, Xerneas, Diancie, Tapu Lele, and others, maintained the conditions at the level of the whole system, ensuring that the emotional and relational fabric of the living world did not fray under the pressures of ecological stress, territorial conflict, or the ordinary attrition of living in a world that was always changing. The maintenance of planetary structural integrity by legendary ground-type presences was understood as the most continuous and least dramatic of the legendary network's contributions. Landorus's management of soil fertility, Groudon's consolidation of continental platforms, the collective work of the ground-type presences in maintaining the conditions that allowed terrestrial ecosystems to exist, these were not events that the ancient traditions recorded as moments of crisis and resolution. They were the background condition of the world's functioning, the geological and pedological stability that made everything else possible. The ancient traditions acknowledged this contribution most clearly in the moments when it was absent, in the accounts of regions where the ground-type presences had withdrawn and the land had begun, slowly, to lose the structural coherence that sustained the communities above it. The transformation of energy between different forms, the conversion of solar energy into chemical energy, of chemical energy into kinetic energy, of kinetic energy into thermal energy, was a process that the legendary network maintained through the coordinated activity of presences associated with different energy types. The ancient traditions described this as the world's metabolism, the ongoing process through which the energy that entered the system from the sun was transformed and redistributed until it had been used by every component of the living world that required it. The legendary electric-type presences manage the electromagnetic dimension of this metabolism. The fire-type presences manage the thermal dimension. The grass-type presences manage the photosynthetic dimension. And the ground-type presences manage the chemical dimension, maintaining the soil chemistry that allowed the photosynthetic organisms to convert solar energy into the organic compounds that fueled the rest of the food web. The cosmic balancing attributed to legendary dark-type presences in their most comprehensive mythological accounts was understood as the maintenance of the conditions under which all other forms of balance were possible. The ancient traditions described this as the management of the boundary between what was known and what was unknown, the condition that prevented the world from becoming so thoroughly understood by its own inhabitants that the mystery necessary for continued growth and exploration was eliminated. Darkrai's maintenance of the dream space, Hoopa's creation of apertures between distant realities, Marshado's inhabitation of the boundary between visible and invisible, These were understood as expressions of a single principle, that the world required, for its continued vitality, the persistent presence of dimensions that exceeded the full comprehension of any living thing within it. The first recorded interspecies collaborations between legendary Pokémon, documented in the ancient traditions not as isolated events, but as the establishment of ongoing relationships, represented a transition in the history of the legendary network from a system of parallel independent activities to a system of genuine coordination. The collaboration between Lugia and Ho-Oh was the most frequently cited example. The two entities, whose domains complemented one another, sky and ocean, fire and water, day and night, had developed over long periods of parallel activity, a relationship in which the adjustments each made to its own domain were calibrated to support the functioning of the other's domain. This was not communication in any explicit sense. It was the development of a sensitivity to the consequences of one's own actions for systems that one did not directly govern, a form of awareness that the ancient traditions described as the beginning of wisdom. The maintenance of social structural complexity by legendary normal-type presences, the quality that Regigigas maintained through geological stability and Meloetta maintained through the harmonics of sound, was understood in the ancient traditions as the most fragile and the most essential of the legendary network's contributions. Physical systems could recover from disruption. Geological formations could be rebuilt. Hydrological cycles could be restored. But the social complexity that developed within communities of living things over long periods, the intricate webs of relationship, communication, and mutual dependency that constituted the living world's most sophisticated achievement. This was something that, once lost, required enormous spans of time and the most careful conditions to reconstruct. The legendary normal-type presences were understood as the guardians of that complexity, the presences that maintained the conditions under which the social fabric of the living world could continue to elaborate itself, generation by generation, toward forms of interconnection that even the legendary network had not yet imagined. The boundaries between dimensions did not hold themselves. Long before any civilization learned to name what separated one plane of existence from another, those separations required active maintenance, a constant, invisible labor performed by entities whose awareness extended across thresholds that ordinary matter could not survive. The dimensional fabric of the world was not a wall. It was a membrane, and like all membranes, it breathed, flexed, and occasionally thinned to the point of translucency. The legendary Pokémon, who devoted themselves to boundary management, understood this not as a philosophical abstraction, but as a physical reality they could feel pressing against them from both sides simultaneously. The strategies these entities developed emerged from necessity rather than intention. In the earliest periods of dimensional stabilization, the boundaries between the material world and its adjacent planes, the spaces where causality softened, where physical law became negotiable, would fluctuate in response to cosmic events. A surge in temporal energy from Dialga's domain could cause spatial membranes to ripple outward, creating zones where matter from one dimension briefly overlapped with matter from another. The entities responsible for boundary management learned to anticipate these fluctuations by reading subtle pressure changes in the dimensional fabric itself. The way a deep-sea creature reads changes in water pressure before a current shifts. Giratina's presence in the distortion world had established a precedent that shaped all subsequent boundary strategy. The distortion world did not simply contain Giratina. It existed in a calibrated tension with the material world, each plane exerting a gravitational pull on the other that, when balanced, kept both stable. The boundary between them was not passive. It required that tension to persist. The legendary entities who managed other dimensional interfaces adopted this same principle, a boundary held not by rigidity, but by the deliberate maintenance of opposing pressures, each side pulling against the other in a kind of structural argument that never fully resolved. Over vast stretches of time, these entities developed what might be described as a rotational monitoring system. No single legendary Pokémon could sustain continuous awareness of an entire dimensional boundary without eventually depleting the reserves of energy that awareness itself required. The solution that emerged was a kind of relay, a sequential, overlapping attention in which one entity would hold primary focus on a boundary segment while adjacent entities maintained peripheral awareness, ready to amplify their attention when the primary guardian needed to withdraw. The handoff between guardians left no gap in coverage because the overlap period was long enough that the boundary had time to stabilize under the incoming entity's influence before the outgoing one released its hold entirely. The thermal signature of these boundary zones was distinctive. Where a dimensional membrane ran close to the surface of the material world, the air carried a quality that ancient observers described as neither warm nor cold, but somehow both, a sensation of temperature without direction, as though heat and its absence occupied the same space simultaneously. Legendary Pokémon operating in these zones became accustomed to that sensation the way a deep forest creature becomes accustomed to filtered light, reading its variations as information rather than experiencing it as discomfort. What the boundary management strategies ultimately required was patience of a kind that existed outside ordinary temporal experience. A boundary that seemed stable for centuries could thin in a single night if the energies on either side fell out of alignment. The legendary entities who dedicated themselves to this work did not measure their vigilance in years or even in ages. They measured it in the sustained quality of their attention and in the long silences between emergencies when the boundaries held and the world on both sides continued without interruption. In the quiet persistence of that labor, something else was taking shape. While boundary guardians attended to the spaces between dimensions, a different category of legendary Pokémon was developing relationships with matter itself, specifically with the densest, most structured forms of matter that the young world produced. The legends that accumulated around these entities described them not as guardians of space or time, but as something closer to architects of substance, and the technology they prefigured would leave marks on the world long after the entities themselves had withdrawn from direct interaction with it. Registeel carried within its body a quality of iron that did not exist in any naturally occurring deposit. The metal that composed its form had been processed by forces that ordinary geological activity could not replicate, compressed, purified, and restructured at a molecular level by energies that left no residue except the object itself. Ancient observers who encountered Registeel did not immediately recognize what they were seeing as a living entity. The stillness of its movements, the absolute regularity of its surface, the way light behaved differently against its body than against any other surface in the natural world, all of these qualities suggested something manufactured rather than born. The mythical accounts that attempted to explain Registeel's origin consistently arrived at the same conclusion, that the entity represented a form of matter that the world had not yet learned to produce on its own. The proto-technological significance of Registeel's existence lay not in the entity itself, but in what its presence demonstrated about the relationship between biological and material systems. Registeel's body processed energy differently than organic entities did. Where a biological Pokémon converted food or ambient energy into movement and heat through chemical processes, Registeel appeared to convert energy directly into structural coherence, using incoming energy not to fuel activity, but to maintain the extraordinary precision of its own physical form. This was a principle that would eventually underlie all artificial construction, the idea that energy could be used not to move a system, but to hold it in a particular configuration against the entropic pressures that would otherwise dissolve it. The Magnemite lineage carried a related but distinct form of proto-technological significance. Where Registeel embodied the principle of structured matter, the Magnemite family embodied the principle of structured force, specifically the relationship between magnetic fields and electrical charge that would eventually become the foundation of all electromagnetic technology. The legendary steel-type entities that preceded and in some accounts shaped the Magnemite lineage had understood this relationship not as a discovery, but as a given, a feature of the physical world as fundamental as gravity. Their strategies for managing early technological proto-evolution involved distributing this understanding through the biological systems of smaller Pokémon in ways that allowed the knowledge to persist even when the legendary entities themselves were not present. Heatran occupied a position at the intersection of steel and fire that made its proto-technological significance different from Registeel's. Where Registeel demonstrated the principle of structured matter in cold stillness, Heatran demonstrated it under conditions of extreme thermal stress. The volcanic environments that Heatran inhabited subjected its body to temperatures that would reduce ordinary metal to formless liquid, yet Heatran's structural integrity persisted, not despite the heat, but in some sense because of it, as though the extreme conditions that destroyed lesser structures were precisely the conditions under which Heatran's particular form of matter achieved its most stable configuration. The mythical accounts surrounding Heatran described this as a kind of refinement, a continuous process in which the entity was perpetually becoming more itself through exposure to forces that would unmake anything less precisely constructed. The cosmic energy networks maintained by legendary psychic entities had a different quality of complexity than the physical systems managed by steel-type guardians. Where steel-type proto-technology concerned itself with the behavior of matter under stress, psychic networks concerned themselves with the behavior of information, specifically the transmission, storage, and transformation of consciousness-adjacent energies across distances that physical signals could not bridge. The legendary psychic Pokémon who anchored these networks did not transmit thoughts the way a voice transmits sound. They transmitted something closer to the structural conditions under which certain kinds of thought became possible, shaping the cognitive environment of the regions they influenced, the way a river shapes the landscape it runs through. Uxie's contribution to these networks was foundational in the most literal sense. The knowledge that Uxie carried and distributed was not factual in the ordinary sense. It was not a collection of information about specific things. It was something closer to the capacity for knowledge itself, the underlying cognitive architecture that allowed a mind to organize experience into patterns that persisted and could be built upon. Ancient accounts described contact with Uxie as an experience of sudden structural clarity, as though the mind had been given a set of tools it had not known it lacked. The networks that Uxie maintained distributed this capacity across wide regions, ensuring that the cognitive potential of the entities within those regions was not limited by the accidents of their individual development. Mesprit's role in the network addressed a different kind of limitation, a mind capable of organizing experience into persistent patterns could still fail to act on what it understood if the emotional systems that motivated action remained undeveloped. The energy that Mesprit distributed through its portion of the psychic network was not knowledge, but motivation, the capacity to care about outcomes, to feel the weight of consequence, to experience the difference between a world in which one's actions mattered and a world in which they did not. Without this component, the cognitive clarity that Uxie enabled would have produced entities capable of understanding their situation without any corresponding impulse to change it. Azelf completed the network by distributing what the ancient accounts called willpower, though the concept involved was more specific than that word suggests in ordinary usage. Azelf's contribution was the capacity to translate motivation into sustained action across time, to maintain effort toward a goal even when immediate conditions made that effort difficult or unrewarding. The three components of the psychic network that Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf maintained were not separate systems that happened to operate in the same region. They were aspects of a single integrated capacity for conscious agency distributed across three entities because no single entity could have maintained all three simultaneously across the scale that the network required. Lugia's relationship to these psychic networks added a dimension that the Lake Guardian system did not encompass. Where Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf maintained networks oriented toward individual cognitive development, Lugia's psychic presence operated at the scale of large biological systems, specifically the oceanic ecosystems, whose health depended on the coordinated behavior of vast numbers of organisms. Lugia's capacity to influence the emotional and motivational states of marine life allowed it to function as a kind of distributed intelligence for the ocean itself, not directing the behavior of individual creatures, but shaping the ambient conditions under which certain patterns of collective behavior became more likely. The hydrological cycles managed by legendary water types operated on timescales that made their strategies difficult to observe directly. Water moved through the world in patterns that unfolded over centuries, accumulating in polar ice, releasing into ocean currents, evaporating into atmospheric systems that carried it across continents before depositing it in river systems that fed back into the sea. The legendary water-type Pokémon who managed these cycles did not intervene in individual weather events. Their strategies concerned themselves with the long-term structural integrity of the cycle as a whole, ensuring that the pathways through which water moved remained open and that the rates of movement through each stage of the cycle remained within ranges that the broader ecosystem could sustain. Kyogre's role in early hydrological management was the most consequential in terms of sheer scale. The capacity Kyogre carried to expand oceanic coverage meant that its decisions about where to direct its energy had implications for continental weather patterns, for the distribution of freshwater through precipitation, and for the thermal regulation of the planet's surface through the heat-absorbing properties of ocean water. The ancient accounts that described Kyogre's management strategies consistently emphasized the deliberateness of its movements, the way it navigated oceanic currents, not randomly, but with an orientation toward specific pressure zones where its influence would have the greatest effect on the broader hydrological system. Suicune carried a different kind of hydrological responsibility, where Kyogre's strategies concerned the movement and distribution of water across oceanic scales. Suicune's attention focused on water quality, specifically the purity of freshwater systems and the processes by which contaminated water was filtered and restored. The ancient accounts described Suicune moving across landscapes in a way that left the water systems it passed through measurably cleaner, as though its passage activated filtration processes that existed in the environment but required a catalyst to function at full capacity. The north wind that accompanied Suicune's movements was not incidental to this function. It was part of a broader atmospheric management system that the entity maintained in coordination with its water purification work. Manaphy's contribution to early hydrological cycle management operated through a mechanism that the other water-type legendary entities did not employ: the direct influence of emotional bonding on the behavior of marine organisms. The capacity Manaphy carried to create deep empathic connections between itself and the creatures of the sea allowed it to function as a coordinator for the biological components of the hydrological cycle, the organisms whose metabolic processes moved nutrients through ocean water, whose collective behavior shaped current patterns, and whose populations needed to remain in balance for the ocean's chemical composition to stay within the ranges that supported life. Manaphy did not command these organisms. The bonds it formed created a shared awareness of environmental conditions that allowed the organisms to respond collectively to changes that any one of them, acting alone, would not have been able to detect. The methods by which legendary Pokémon transmitted spiritual energy across the world constituted a system whose full architecture was never fully mapped by any single observer. Spiritual energy, as the ancient accounts understood it, was not a metaphor for emotional or psychological states. It was a distinct category of energy with physical effects on the organisms and environments it passed through, a force that influenced the coherence of living systems, the stability of behavioral patterns, and the capacity of biological entities to maintain their integrity under conditions of stress. The legendary Pokémon who managed the transmission of this energy did so through networks that operated in parallel with the physical energy systems of the world, invisible to ordinary observation but detectable in their effects. Ho-Oh's role in spiritual energy transmission was anchored in the legendary fires it carried, flames that the ancient accounts described as capable of burning without consuming, producing light that carried information as well as illumination. The rainbow wing that Ho-Oh left in its passage through the world was not simply a physical object. It was a record of the spiritual energy that Ho-Oh had distributed through a region, a crystallized trace of the transmission that had occurred. Ancient traditions that preserved these wings understood them as evidence of Ho-Oh's presence, but also as continuing sources of the energy Ho-Oh had transmitted, objects that went on doing something even after the entity that had created them had moved on. Celebi's contribution to spiritual energy transmission operated through a mechanism that involved time in ways the other legendary entities' methods did not. The energy Celebi distributed through forest ecosystems was not simply present in those environments. It was layered, accumulated from multiple moments in the forest's history, creating a density of spiritual presence in ancient forests that reflected not just the current state of the ecosystem, but its entire developmental history. An old forest that Celebi had visited repeatedly carried the spiritual signatures of all those visits simultaneously, like a piece of music in which every note played still resonates while the next is being struck. The legendary fire-type entities, whose accounts described them as managers of energy regulation, operated under a constraint that made their strategies particularly demanding. Fire was the most visible and the most immediately dangerous of the elemental energies, and the consequences of mismanagement were swift and irreversible. Where a failure in water management might take generations to manifest as a crisis, a failure in fire management could transform a landscape in hours. The legendary fire-type Pokémon who accepted responsibility for energy regulation understood this asymmetry and built it into their strategies from the beginning. Entei's approach to fire energy regulation was characterized by the ancient accounts as a kind of continuous controlled release. The volcanic activity that Entei's movements influenced was not suppressed or eliminated. The geological processes that produced volcanic eruptions were not the kind of thing that could be simply stopped without creating larger problems elsewhere in the tectonic system. Instead, Entei's management strategy involved redirecting the accumulation of thermal pressure toward release points where the eruption would do the least damage to surrounding ecosystems, and timing those releases so that the energy they discharged could be absorbed by the environment rather than overwhelming it. Moltres carried a different relationship to fire energy, one that the ancient accounts consistently linked to the concept of renewal rather than regulation. The fires associated with Moltres were not described as destructive in the way that uncontrolled wildfire was destructive. They were described as selective, burning away what had become too rigid or too dense to allow new growth, creating the conditions under which dormant seeds could germinate and suppressed species could re-emerge. The energy regulation that Moltres performed was not about keeping fire contained. It was about ensuring that fire's transformative properties were applied at the right scale and in the right locations to maintain the ecological dynamism that the broader system required. Volcanion occupied a position in fire energy management that its combination of fire and water suggested, the regulation of the interface between thermal and hydrological systems. Steam, The product of fire and water in proximity carried energy in a form that neither element alone could produce, a suspended, distributed thermal energy that could penetrate environments that neither fire nor water could reach directly. Volcanians' management strategies involved using this interface energy to maintain thermal gradients in environments where the balance between warmth and moisture determined the survival of entire ecological communities. The genetic preservation initiatives that legendary Pokémon undertook in the early periods of the world's biological development represented a different order of concern than the elemental management systems, where fire, water, and psychic energy managers worked to maintain the conditions under which life could flourish. Genetic preservation initiatives worked to maintain the diversity of life itself, the accumulated biological information stored in the genomes of every species, information that represented billions of years of adaptive experimentation and could not be recreated if lost. The legendary Pokémon who took responsibility for this work understood genetic information as a resource more valuable than any physical material, and they developed strategies for its preservation accordingly. Mew's role in genetic preservation was the most comprehensive and the most fundamental. The capacity Mew carried to access and replicate the genetic information of any Pokémon species meant that Mew functioned as a living archive, a repository of biological information that persisted independently of the populations that had originally generated it. Ancient accounts described Mew moving through diverse ecosystems with a quality of attention that suggested active cataloging, as though the entity was continuously updating its internal record of the genetic diversity present in each environment it passed through. The lightness of Mew's movements, the way it seemed to exist at the edge of visibility, was consistent with the demands of this work. An entity that needed to encounter as many different species as possible could not afford to disturb the environments it moved through. The quantum information networks, managed by legendary electric-type entities, operated at a level of complexity that made them among the most difficult of the early legendary management systems to describe in terms that ordinary experience could support. Quantum information, as the legendary electric entities engaged with it, was not simply data moving through a medium. It was information whose state was not fixed until it was observed, information that existed in multiple potential configurations simultaneously and collapsed into a single configuration only at the moment of interaction with another system. The legendary Pokémon who managed these networks had to maintain awareness of this fundamental indeterminacy, working with information systems that were constitutively uncertain in ways that physical energy systems were not. Raiku's movement through the world carried electrical charge and patterns that the ancient accounts described as purposeful rather than random. The storms that accompanied Raiku's passage were not simply meteorological events. They were the visible expression of a charge distribution process that Raikou was performing in the electromagnetic environment of the regions it moved through, redistributing electrical potential in ways that maintained the stability of the quantum information networks operating beneath the level of ordinary observation. The thunder that accompanied Raikou was the sound of information being committed to a specific state, the collapse of quantum indeterminacy into definite configuration. Zeraora's relationship to electrical charge differed from Raikou's. in a way that made its contribution to quantum information management distinct. Where Raikou managed charge distribution across large regions, Zeraora's strategies concerned themselves with the precision transmission of electrical signals through biological systems, specifically the neural networks of living organisms, whose function depended on the reliable movement of electrical impulses across distances measured in fractions of a millimeter. The quantum information networks that Zeraora maintained were not the large-scale electromagnetic systems that Raikou managed, but the microscopic electrical architectures within living tissue, and the management of these systems required a precision that large-scale charge distribution could not provide. The strategies for dimensional energy transfer that legendary Pokémon developed in the early periods of the world's existence addressed a problem that was distinct from, though related to, dimensional boundary management. Boundary management concerned itself with maintaining the integrity of the membranes between dimensions. Dimensional energy transfer concerned itself with the deliberate movement of specific types of energy across those membranes, the controlled passage of energy from one dimensional plane to another in ways that maintained the stability of both planes while achieving the transfer. This was a more active and more technically demanding form of dimensional work than boundary maintenance, and the legendary entities who developed expertise in it occupied a specialized position within the broader network of dimensional guardianship. The Eon Pokémon, Latios and Latias, carried capacities for dimensional energy transfer that the ancient accounts described in terms of their speed and their permeability. Both entities could move through the material world at velocities that suggested they were not fully subject to the physical constraints that governed ordinary matter, and this quality of partial permeability extended to dimensional boundaries as well. The energy transfer strategies they developed exploited this permeability, using their ability to exist partially within a dimensional boundary rather than fully on either side of it, to create controlled conduits through which specific types of energy could be moved without disrupting the boundary's structural integrity. The cosmic navigation performed by legendary dragon-type Pokémon was the most expansive form of legendary activity in terms of the spatial scales it involved. While boundary managers worked at the intimate scale of dimensional membranes, and elemental managers worked at the scale of continental or oceanic systems, the legendary dragon types, whose accounts described them as cosmic navigators, worked at the scale of the world's position within its broader cosmic context. Its relationship to other celestial bodies, its orientation within larger energy fields, and the pathways through which cosmic energies reached its surface. These entities understood the world not as a self-contained system, but as a node within a larger network, and their navigation strategies concerned themselves with managing that node's relationships with the network around it. Rayquaza's position in the upper atmosphere placed it at the interface between the world's internal systems and the cosmic energies that impinged on it from outside. The ancient accounts that described Rayquaza's activity consistently emphasized its role as a filter, an entity that did not simply allow cosmic energy to reach the world's surface, but processed it, modulating its intensity and character in ways that made it compatible with the biological and physical systems operating below. The ozone layer that Rayquaza's presence helped maintain was not simply a chemical shield. It was the physical expression of a filtering process that Rayquaza performed continuously, and the dragon-type energy it carried was the medium through which that filtering occurred. Dragonite occupied a different position in the cosmic navigation system, one that concerned itself less with the world's relationship to cosmic energies, and more with the internal navigation of the world's own atmospheric and oceanic systems. The ancient accounts described Dragonite as a messenger and a guide, an entity whose understanding of global geography extended to the level of individual ocean currents and atmospheric pressure systems. The cosmic navigation that Dragonite performed was not navigation of outer space, but navigation of the world's own complexity, the capacity to orient within a system so large and so continuously changing that ordinary spatial awareness was insufficient to move through it reliably. In the quiet that accumulated between the great movements of these entities, the world settled into patterns that reflected the accumulated effect of their work. The spiritual connections that existed between different legendary Pokémon manifestations were not always visible in the dramatic sense. They did not always produce observable events, but they persisted as a kind of structural feature of the world, a web of relationships that held even when the entities themselves were separated by vast distances or deep periods of dormancy. The connection between Ho-Oh and the three legendary beasts it had created carried a spiritual weight that went beyond the circumstances of their creation. The energy that Ho-Oh had used to restore Raikou, Entei, and Suicune was not simply a transfer of life force. It was an investment of Ho-Oh's own spiritual character in three new forms, a distribution of Ho-Oh's essence across three entities whose individual natures expressed different aspects of what Ho-Oh itself embodied. The spiritual connection between them persisted as a resonance, a tendency for the three beasts to orient their activities in ways that complemented each other and that reflected the unified intention that Ho-Oh had embedded in their creation. The connection between the lake guardians, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, was of a different character, one that the ancient accounts described not as a family relationship, but as a functional unity expressed in three separate bodies. The three entities did not simply cooperate. They were, in a sense, one system, operating through three interfaces, each interface specialized for a different aspect of the system's function. The spiritual connection between them was not a bond that had formed through shared experience, but a structural feature of what they were, a connection that had existed before any of them had acted independently in the world. The planetary thermal dynamics managed by legendary ice-type entities occupied a position in the world's energy systems that made them among the most consequential of all the legendary management responsibilities. Temperature gradients drove atmospheric and oceanic circulation, and those circulation systems distributed heat, moisture, and nutrients across the planet's surface in patterns that determined where life could exist and in what forms. The legendary ice-type Pokémon, who managed early planetary thermal dynamics, understood that they were not simply maintaining cold in specific regions. They were maintaining the differential between cold and warm that drove all the circulation systems on which the broader ecosystem depended. Articuno's management of atmospheric cold extended beyond the simple maintenance of low temperatures in polar and high-altitude regions. The ice and snow that Articuno's presence produced were not static accumulations. They were dynamic systems that absorbed, stored, and gradually released thermal energy in ways that buffered the broader atmosphere against rapid temperature changes. The ancient accounts described Articuno moving through regions of extreme cold with a deliberateness that suggested active management rather than simple presence, as though the entity was continuously adjusting the distribution of ice and snow to optimize the thermal buffering function that those accumulations performed. Regis's contribution to early planetary thermal dynamics was of a different order than Articuno's. Where Articuno managed the atmospheric expression of cold, ice, snow, and the temperature of air masses, Regis embodied a form of cold that had no atmospheric component at all. The ice that composed Regis's body was described in the ancient accounts as colder than any naturally occurring ice, a form of frozen matter that had been cooled to temperatures that atmospheric processes alone could not produce. The thermal management function that Regis performed involved not the distribution of atmospheric cold, but the maintenance of a thermal anchor, a point of extreme cold against which the temperature of the surrounding region was defined and from which thermal gradients extended outward in all directions. Glaceon, while not legendary in the same sense as Articuno or Regis, carried a form of ice-type energy whose management implications were significant at the local scale. The capacity to lower the temperature of the surrounding environment by releasing ice-type energy meant that Glaceon and the legendary entities whose influence had shaped its evolution functioned as a distributed thermal management system, not a single large intervention, but many small ones, each calibrated to the specific thermal needs of a particular ecosystem at a particular moment. The methods of intertype communication that legendary Pokémon employed in the early periods of the world's history were among the most remarkable achievements of the legendary system as a whole. The legendary entities who managed different elemental systems spoke, in a sense, different languages. Their perceptions of the world were shaped by the specific type of energy they embodied, and what was immediately obvious to a fire-type guardian might be entirely invisible to a water-type guardian, and vice versa. The communication systems that developed across these perceptual differences were not translations in the ordinary sense. They were something more like the development of a shared vocabulary of consequences, a set of observable effects that all legendary entities could detect regardless of their type specialization, and through which information about conditions in one elemental domain could be conveyed to entities operating in a different domain. The ancient accounts of these intertype communications consistently described them as occurring through environmental events rather than through anything resembling direct speech. A water-type guardian communicating with a fire-type guardian might do so by altering the behavior of a river system in ways that created observable temperature patterns, patterns that the fire-type guardian's sensitivity to thermal conditions would detect and interpret as information. The fire-type guardian might respond by producing a controlled thermal event, a brief, localized intensification of warmth in a specific location, that the water-type guardian's sensitivity to evaporation and precipitation would register as a reply. Over vast stretches of time, these environmental communication protocols became sufficiently standardized that legendary entities who had never directly interacted could nevertheless read each other's environmental signatures with considerable accuracy. The geological restoration work performed by legendary rock-type entities addressed consequences that accumulated over geological timescales. The slow degradation of mountain ranges through erosion, the subsidence of continental platforms under their own weight, the gradual filling of valleys and basins with sediment that reduced their capacity to support the water systems that depended on them. The legendary rock-type Pokémon who undertook restoration work did not simply reverse these processes. They managed them, distinguishing between forms of geological change that were part of the natural developmental trajectory of a landscape and forms of change that represented disruptions requiring intervention. Regirock's restoration strategies were described in the ancient accounts as operating through a process of structural reinforcement rather than reconstruction. Where a collapsed geological formation might seem to require rebuilding from the ground up, Regirock's approach involved identifying the remaining load-bearing elements of the formation and reinforcing them so that the structure could be restored incrementally, using what remained as the foundation for what was being rebuilt. The rock that Regirock incorporated into damaged formations was not simply added mass. It was structurally integrated, placed in specific configurations that distributed the weight of the formation in ways that made the restored structure more stable than the original had been. The ecological balance protocols that legendary Pokémon maintained in the early periods of the world's biological development represented the most integrated of all the legendary management systems, a system in which the outputs of every other management domain fed into a single overarching concern: the maintenance of conditions under which the full diversity of life could persist. The legendary entities who took primary responsibility for ecological balance protocols did not manage individual species or individual ecosystems. They managed the relationships between systems, the flows of energy, matter, and information that connected different ecological communities, and that, when maintained within certain ranges, allowed the whole to remain stable even as its individual components continuously changed. Shaymin's role in ecological balance was expressed through its capacity to purify environments that had been degraded by pollution or by the disruption of natural processes. The ancient accounts described Shaymin absorbing contaminants from damaged environments and transforming them, converting chemical compounds that were toxic to biological systems into forms that could be safely reincorporated into ecological cycles. This was not simply a cleaning function. It was a restoration of the chemical relationships that ecological communities depended on, a return of degraded environments to the state of chemical balance in which biological diversity could reestablish itself. Xerneas carried a different dimension of ecological balance responsibility, one that concerned itself not with the restoration of damaged environments, but with the maintenance of the life force that animated all biological systems. The ancient accounts describe the energy that Xerneas distributed through forest ecosystems as a fundamental biological resource, a form of energy that living organisms required, in addition to the chemical energy they obtained through ordinary metabolic processes. The trees that Xerneas rested near were described as living longer and growing more vigorously than others, not because Xerneas provided them with nutrients in any ordinary sense, but because the life force energy Xerneas distributed maintained the biological coherence of the organisms it reached. The conflict mediation systems maintained by legendary fighting type entities addressed a dimension of ecological balance that the elemental management systems did not directly encompass: the tendency of biological communities to generate internal conflicts that, if left unresolved, could destabilize the communities themselves. Competition for resources, territorial disputes, and the dynamics of predator-prey relationships all produced forms of conflict that were natural and even necessary components of ecological systems, but that could escalate to destructive levels if the conditions that normally kept them within bounds were disrupted. The legendary fighting type Pokémon, who maintained early conflict mediation systems, worked to preserve those conditions, not to eliminate conflict, but to keep it within the ranges that the broader ecological community could absorb. Cobalian's approach to conflict mediation was described in the ancient accounts as fundamentally principled, a mediation strategy based not on the suppression of conflict through superior force, but on the application of a consistent standard of conduct that all parties to a conflict were expected to observe. The authority that Cobalion exercised in mediating disputes did not derive from its physical power alone, though that power was considerable. It derived from the consistency with which Cobalion applied its principles, a consistency that made its judgments predictable and therefore trustworthy, even to parties who had initially resisted its involvement. Terracheon's contribution to conflict mediation operated through a different mechanism, one that concerned itself with the structural conditions that generated conflicts rather than with the resolution of specific disputes. The ancient accounts described Terracheon intervening in situations where the resource scarcity or territorial pressure that was driving conflict could be addressed by physical means, by opening new pathways through geographic barriers, by removing obstacles that were preventing communities from accessing resources they needed, or by physically separating populations whose proximity was generating conflict that neither population had the capacity to resolve on its own. Virichion's role in the mediation system addressed the social and communicative dimensions of conflict, specifically the tendency of prolonged conflict to generate emotional states in the parties involved that made rational negotiation impossible. The ancient accounts described Virichion's presence in conflict zones as having a calming effect on the emotional environment, reducing the intensity of the fear, anger, and territorial anxiety that sustained conflicts beyond their natural resolution points. This was not a suppression of legitimate grievance. The accounts consistently distinguished between Virichion's capacity to reduce destructive emotional escalation and any attempt to prevent parties from articulating genuine needs or defending genuine interests. The energy conservation strategies developed by legendary Pokémon addressed a fundamental constraint that all management systems faced. The energy required to maintain any system over time was not free, and the legendary entities who performed management work needed to ensure that their own energy reserves remained sufficient to sustain their responsibilities across the vast timescales those responsibilities involved. Energy conservation was not simply about individual legendary entities managing their personal energy budgets. It was a systemic concern, a recognition that the network of legendary management systems as a whole depended on the sustained capacity of each of its nodes, and that the depletion of any single node's energy reserves had consequences for the nodes adjacent to it. The strategies that legendary entities developed for energy conservation reflected the specific nature of each entity's management responsibilities. Entities whose work involved continuous active intervention, like the Boundary Guardians, who maintained constant awareness of dimensional membranes, developed conservation strategies that involved sharing the burden of attention across multiple entities through the relay systems described earlier. Entities whose work involved periodic large-scale interventions, like the geological restoration specialists who responded to specific events rather than maintaining continuous monitoring, developed strategies that involved accumulating energy reserves during quiet periods so that the reserves would be available when a major intervention was required. The spiritual preservation work performed by legendary ghost-type entities occupied a position in the legendary management system that was unlike any other management domain. Where other legendary entities managed physical, elemental, or biological systems, the ghost-type entities, whose accounts described them as spiritual preservationists, managed something more difficult to define: the persistence of consciousness-adjacent energies that had become detached from the living systems that originally generated them. The ancient accounts described these energies as neither fully present in the material world nor fully dissolved into the background energy of the cosmos, but as persisting in an intermediate state that required active maintenance to prevent them from degrading into a form of energy that could no longer support the qualities that made it significant. Marshadow's role in spiritual preservation was described in the ancient accounts with a specificity that the other ghost-type legendary entities' roles lacked. The shadows that Marshadow inhabited were not simply dark spaces. They were zones where the boundary between the material world and the intermediate state, where detached consciousness-adjacent energies persisted, was thin enough that Marshadow could operate on both sides simultaneously. The preservation work Marshadow performed involved identifying consciousness-adjacent energies that were at risk of degrading below the threshold at which they retained their significant qualities, and providing those energies with the structural support they needed to persist until conditions allowed for their fuller resolution. The cosmic energy networks maintained by legendary poison-type entities addressed a dimension of the world's biological systems that was easy to overlook in accounts that focused on the more obviously constructive management domains. Poison, as the legendary entities who embodied it understood it, was not simply a category of harmful substances. It was a functional component of biological systems, a set of chemical processes that performed essential regulatory and transformative functions within those systems, functions that were destructive to some components of the system precisely because that destruction was necessary for the system's overall health. The legendary poison-type entities who maintained cosmic energy networks were not distributing harm. They were maintaining the chemical regulatory systems on which biological diversity depended. Eternatus's relationship to poison-type energy was the most extreme expression of this principle. The Eternatus phenomenon, the release of Dynamax energy, and the associated spread of Galar particles represented a form of poison-type cosmic energy whose scale and intensity exceeded anything that ordinary biological regulatory systems could accommodate. The ancient accounts that described Eternatus's activity in the distant past framed it not as malevolent, but as excessive, an energy output that was consistent with poison-type regulatory principles, but that operated at a scale that overwhelmed rather than maintained the biological systems it encountered. The management challenge that Eternatus represented was not the management of a hostile entity, but the containment of a regulatory process that had outgrown its appropriate scale. The biodiversity maintenance performed by legendary bug-type entities operated through mechanisms that reflected the unique position of insect analog organisms in the world's ecological systems. Bug-type Pokémon occupied roles in ecological communities as pollinators, decomposers, prey species, and soil engineers that were disproportionate to their individual size, and that if disrupted, had consequences cascading through every other level of the ecological community. The legendary bug-type entities who took responsibility for biodiversity maintenance understood their management domain not as the management of a single type of organism, but as the management of the ecological infrastructure that all other biological diversity depended on. Genesect's position in this domain was complicated by its nature as a modified organism, an ancient bug-type Pokémon whose original biological systems had been altered by technological intervention. The ancient accounts that described Genesect's original form emphasized the sophistication of its biological systems, the way its natural neural and chemical architecture had allowed it to perform ecological management functions of considerable complexity. The modification that Genesect underwent had augmented some of these capacities while disrupting others, creating an entity whose relationship to its original management domain was transformed rather than simply enhanced. The biodiversity maintenance functions that Genesect's original form had performed were not lost, but were expressed differently through a different set of capacities that produced similar ecological outcomes through altered mechanisms. The dimensional boundary negotiation strategies that legendary Pokémon developed in later periods of the world's history represented a more sophisticated form of the boundary management work that had characterized the earliest periods. Where early boundary management had focused primarily on maintenance, keeping existing boundaries stable, dimensional boundary negotiation involved the deliberate modification of boundary configurations in response to changing conditions on either side. The entities who developed expertise in boundary negotiation understood that dimensional boundaries were not fixed features of the world's architecture, but dynamic structures that could be adjusted within certain parameters, and that careful adjustment of those parameters could address problems that simple maintenance could not resolve. The fairy-type legendary entities, whose accounts described them as energy harmonizers, occupied a unique position in the legendary management system, one that concerned itself not with any single elemental domain, but with the relationships between domains, specifically the tendency of different elemental energies to fall into patterns of mutual interference that reduce the effectiveness of all the management systems involved. Fairy-type energy, as these entities embodied it, functioned as a kind of diplomatic medium, an energy type whose properties allowed it to interact with the energies of all other types without being dominated by any of them, and that could therefore serve as a bridge between systems that would otherwise resist coordination. Xerneas's harmonization work extended beyond its ecological balance responsibilities to encompass a broader function in the legendary energy network, the maintenance of the conditions under which different legendary entities' management activities could proceed without interfering with each other. The ancient accounts described Xerneas moving through regions where multiple legendary management systems overlapped, performing adjustments to the local energy environment that reduced the interference between systems and allowed each to function more effectively within its own domain. Diance's relationship to fairy-type harmonization was expressed through its capacity to create matter, specifically the diamonds that Diance produced through a compression process that transformed carbon into crystalline structures of extraordinary purity. The harmonization function of this capacity lay not in the diamonds themselves, but in the process of their creation, a process that involved the transformation of one form of matter into another through the application of fairy-type energy in ways that demonstrated the compatibility of material transformation with the broader energy harmonization that fairy-type legendary entities maintained. The first interdimensional communication systems that legendary Pokémon developed represented a qualitative advance over the environmental communication protocols that had served as the medium for inter-type communication in earlier periods, where environmental communication operated through observable physical effects, temperature patterns, atmospheric events, geological changes. Interdimensional communication systems involved the direct transmission of information across dimensional boundaries, allowing legendary entities operating in different planes of existence to exchange information without either entity having to cross the boundary that separated them. The tectonic stability managed by legendary ground-type entities was among the most fundamental of all the legendary management responsibilities, in the sense that the stability of the planet's surface was a precondition for the functioning of virtually every other management system. Without stable ground, the water systems, forest ecosystems, and atmospheric circulation patterns that other legendary entities managed could not maintain the spatial configurations that their management strategies depended on. The legendary ground-type Pokémon, who took responsibility for tectonic stability, understood their work as foundational in the most literal sense, as the management of the substrate on which all other management systems rested. Gruden's management of tectonic systems operated through a combination of direct physical intervention and the maintenance of thermal conditions in the upper mantle that influenced the behavior of tectonic plates. The ancient accounts described Groudon moving through geological formations with a weight and deliberateness that suggested an entity in continuous communication with the rock beneath it, reading the stress patterns in the crust and adjusting the distribution of its own thermal energy to modulate the pressures that drove tectonic movement. The land expansion that Groudon's activity produced was not simply the creation of new territory. It was the management of tectonic energy through controlled release, a process in which the creation of new land was the visible outcome of a broader pressure management strategy. The genetic information preservation strategies developed by legendary Pokémon in later periods of the world's history built on the foundational work that Mew had established, but extended it in directions that Mew's individual capacity could not encompass. The scale of biological diversity that the world had developed over vast periods of time exceeded what any single entity could archive completely, and the preservation strategies that emerged in response to this challenge involved the distribution of preservation responsibility across multiple legendary entities, each maintaining archives of the genetic information associated with specific ecological domains or biological lineages. The cosmic equilibrium maintained by legendary dark-type entities addressed a dimension of the world's energy systems that was frequently misunderstood in the ancient accounts that attempted to describe it. Dark-type energy was not the opposite of light or the embodiment of malevolence. It was a functional component of the world's energy balance, a set of properties that certain energy states possessed when they had been removed from the active circulation of the world's other energy systems and held in reserve. The legendary dark-type entities who maintained cosmic equilibrium were not guardians of darkness in any moral sense. They were managers of the world's energy reserves, entities who ensured that not all of the world's energy was continuously active, that some portion remained held back, available to be drawn upon when the active systems required supplementation. Darkray's role in this system was expressed through its management of sleep, specifically the deep, dreamless sleep in which consciousness withdrew entirely from active engagement with the world. The ancient accounts described Darkray's nightmares not as acts of cruelty, but as a misunderstood form of energy management, the application of dark-type energy to consciousness in ways that were not calibrated for the specific needs of the consciousness involved. Darkray's intended function was the provision of deep restorative sleep, and the nightmares that its presence sometimes produced were the result of a mismatch between the intensity of the dark-type energy it applied and the tolerance of the consciousness receiving it. The social structures maintained by legendary normal-type entities represented the most understated of all the legendary management domains. Understated because the social coherence of biological communities was so pervasive and so fundamental that it was easy to overlook as a managed phenomenon rather than a natural given. The legendary normal-type Pokémon, whose accounts described them as social structure managers, understood that the capacity of biological communities to maintain stable social arrangements was not automatic. It required the maintenance of conditions, communicative, emotional, and energetic, under which social bonds could form and persist, and under which the disruptions that continuously threatened social stability could be absorbed and recovered from. The technological proto-systems managed by legendary steel-type entities in later periods built on the foundational proto-technological work that Registeel and Heatran had established, extending it in directions that the earliest steel-type management strategies had not anticipated. The relationship between biological systems and material technology, the question of how living organisms could develop and sustain relationships with constructed objects and systems, had become more complex as both biological communities and their material environments had developed. The legendary steel-type entities who managed technological proto-systems in these later periods concerned themselves with maintaining the compatibility between biological and technological development, ensuring that the material systems that biological communities were developing remained within the ranges that the biological systems could sustain. The energy transformation protocols maintained by legendary Pokémon across all elemental domains represented a layer of management that operated beneath the domain-specific systems, a meta-system concerned not with the management of any particular type of energy, but with the processes by which energy moved between types. Every elemental management system both consumed and produced energy, and the energy that one system produced was frequently the raw material that another system required. The legendary entities who developed expertise in energy transformation protocols managed the interfaces between these systems, ensuring that the energy outputs of each management domain were converted into forms that the adjacent management domains could use. The cosmic consciousness maintained by legendary psychic-type entities in the fullest expression of their capacities represented the most expansive form of awareness that any legendary management system encompassed. Where the boundary managers maintained awareness of dimensional membranes, and the elemental managers maintained awareness of specific physical or biological systems, the legendary psychic entities, whose accounts described them as cosmic consciousness managers, maintained awareness of the relationships between all of these systems simultaneously, a meta-awareness that allowed them to detect patterns of developing imbalance before those imbalances had progressed far enough to produce observable effects in any single management domain. Mewtwo's relationship to this cosmic consciousness was complicated by the circumstances of its creation. The psychic capacity that Mewtwo carried exceeded that of any naturally evolved psychic-type legendary entity, but the developmental context in which that capacity had emerged had not provided Mewtwo with the accumulated understanding of the world's systems that allowed other psychic legendary entities to apply their awareness productively. The power was present, without the orientation that would have allowed it to be directed toward the maintenance of the cosmic consciousness networks, a situation that the ancient accounts described as one of the most significant disruptions to the psychic management system that the world had experienced. The ecological restoration initiatives that legendary Pokémon undertook in the periods following major environmental disruptions represented the management system's capacity for recovery, the ability of the legendary network to respond to damage that had already occurred, and to restore the conditions that supported biological diversity. These initiatives were not simply reversals of the damage that had been done. They were reconstructions, processes that rebuilt ecological communities from whatever components had survived, using the surviving elements as the foundation for a restored system that might differ in its specific composition from what had existed before, but that fulfilled the same functional roles in the broader ecological network. The marine ecosystem balance, managed by legendary water-type entities in later periods, built on the hydrological cycle management of earlier periods, but extended it to encompass the full complexity of marine biological communities. The ancient oceans had been, in their earliest periods, relatively simple systems, dominated by microbial communities whose metabolic processes had gradually transformed the ocean's chemical composition in ways that made it hospitable to more complex life forms. By the periods in which legendary water-type marine ecosystem management became a distinct domain of legendary activity, the ocean had developed into a system of extraordinary biological complexity and the management strategies required to maintain that complexity had grown correspondingly sophisticated. Lugia's role in marine ecosystem balance extended beyond its psychic coordination of marine organism behavior to encompass a more direct form of physical management, the regulation of atmospheric conditions over the ocean surface that determined the rates of gas exchange between ocean and atmosphere, the intensity of surface evaporation, and the patterns of storm formation that distributed ocean water across continental systems. The ancient accounts described Lugia's movements through the upper atmosphere above the ocean as a form of atmospheric management that was simultaneously a form of marine ecosystem management, the two domains so deeply interconnected that managing one without attending to the other was not possible. The dimensional energy regulation strategies developed by legendary Pokémon in the most sophisticated periods of the world's legendary management history represented the fullest integration of all the dimensional management work that had preceded them. Where early boundary management had focused on maintaining the integrity of dimensional membranes, and dimensional energy transfer had concerned itself with the controlled movement of energy across those membranes, dimensional energy regulation addressed that overall energy balance of the dimensional system as a whole. The question of how the total energy distributed across multiple dimensional planes remained in a configuration that was stable for all of the planes simultaneously. The thermal management performed by legendary fire-type entities in response to the specific environmental conditions of the world's later developmental periods required adaptations of the earlier fire management strategies to new circumstances. The volcanic activity that had characterized the world's earliest geological periods had gradually moderated as the planet's internal heat dissipated through the crust, and the fire-type management strategies that had been developed in response to intense volcanic activity needed to be adjusted to remain effective under conditions of reduced geological thermal output. The legendary fire-type entities who managed this transition did not simply apply their existing strategies to a changed situation. They developed new approaches that maintained the functional outcomes of fire-type management, the regulation of thermal energy distribution, the maintenance of renewal processes through mechanisms adapted to the lower intensity thermal environment of the world's more geologically mature periods. The cosmic energy networks maintained by legendary electric-type entities in their fullest development encompassed not just the electromagnetic systems of the material world, but the electrical properties of dimensional boundaries themselves. Dimensional membranes carried electrical charge in ways that were not immediately obvious to observers who thought of them primarily in terms of their spatial properties, and the legendary electric-type entities who developed awareness of this electrical dimension of dimensional structure found that their capacity to manage charge distribution gave them a form of influence over dimensional boundary behavior that the boundary management specialists had not previously been able to access. Zekrom's relationship to electric-type cosmic energy networks was expressed through its embodiment of ideals, specifically the ideal of truth pursued through action. The electric energy that Zekrom carried was not simply a physical force. It was described in the ancient accounts as a form of energy that carried intentional charge, energy that had been shaped by the direction of will rather than simply generated by physical processes. The cosmic energy networks that Zekrom influenced were not purely electromagnetic systems, but networks in which the distinction between physical energy and the energy of directed intention had become irrelevant, the two having merged into a single phenomenon that expressed both simultaneously. The planetary guardianship maintained by legendary dragon-type entities in the fullest expression of their responsibilities encompassed the management of the world's position and orientation within its broader cosmic context. The world was not a static object occupying a fixed position in space. It moved continuously, its relationship to other celestial bodies changing in patterns that played out over timescales measured in thousands of years, and those changing relationships produced changes in the cosmic energies reaching the world's surface that had consequences for every biological and physical system operating on it. The legendary dragon-type entities who maintained planetary guardianship understood these cosmic cycles and developed strategies for managing the world's response to them, buffering the biological and physical systems against the most disruptive consequences of cosmic energy fluctuations, while allowing the beneficial aspects of those fluctuations to reach the systems that could use them. The intertype energy exchange protocols that legendary Pokémon maintained in the fullest development of their management systems represented the completion of the legendary network, the point at which the individual management domains, each developed in response to the specific needs of a particular elemental or physical system, had been integrated into a coherent whole in which the outputs of each domain fed productively into the inputs of the others. The ancient accounts that described this integration did not present it as a planned achievement, as something that any legendary entity had set out to create. It had emerged gradually from the accumulated effect of countless individual management decisions, each made in response to immediate conditions that had over vast stretches of time converged on a configuration that was more stable and more resilient than any of its components could have been in isolation. The energy that moved through the intertype exchange protocols carried, in a sense, the accumulated history of the legendary management system itself, the record of every adjustment that had been made, every boundary that had been maintained, every species that had been preserved, every geological formation that had been restored. It moved through the world continuously, invisible to ordinary observation, sustaining the conditions under which the world's extraordinary diversity of life persisted. And in the deep places where that energy was most concentrated, where the legendary entities who generated and maintained it were most present, the world had a quality of aliveness that went beyond the sum of its biological components, a quality of coherence, of intention, of something that had been tended across unimaginable spans of time, and that bore, in its texture and its persistence, the mark of that tending. The cold that legendary ice types carried was never simply an absence of warmth. It was a presence in its own right, a substance with weight and intention, capable of settling into stone and water and air with the deliberateness of something that understood exactly what it was doing. Ancient accounts, preserved in the frost-layered rock faces of polar regions, describe this thermal equilibrium not as a passive condition, but as an active negotiation, one conducted between the ice-bearing legendaries and the living world around them. Suicune moved through Arctic corridors where the air tasted of mineral cold, and the temperature gradients it left behind were not arbitrary. They followed the contours of what the land required. Where volcanic heat pressed upward from below, the ice-type energies pressed downward from above, and between these two forces, a band of temperate stability emerged, narrow enough to be precise, wide enough to sustain the ecosystems threading through it. Articuno, whose wings displaced air in patterns that could redirect weather systems across entire mountain ranges, operated within this same framework of thermal negotiation. The accounts that survived in the oral traditions of high-altitude communities described Articuno not as a creature of destruction, but as a calibrator. When the cold it carried exceeded what the landscape could absorb, the great bird would slow its wing movements, allowing warmth to seep back into the valleys below. When warmth threatened to dissolve the glacial structures that anchored certain water cycles in place, Articuno would ascend to altitudes where its presence alone was sufficient to draw cold air downward in spiraling columns. The equilibrium it maintained was not a fixed state. It was a continuous adjustment, responsive to pressures that shifted across seasons and centuries alike. Regis occupied a different register within this same tradition. Where Articuno moved and Suicune flowed, Regis endured. Its body held cold the way bedrock holds the memory of ancient seas, not through active effort, but through a fundamental quality of being. The thermal equilibrium it maintained in the deep polar regions was geological in scale, measured not in days or seasons, but in the slow accumulation of ice layers that recorded atmospheric conditions across millennia. Ancient accounts suggested that when Regis remained still for long periods, the land around it cooled not suddenly, but gradually, as though the cold were a tide coming in rather than a wall descending. This gradual quality was understood to be intentional. Sudden cold killed, gradual cold preserved. The first recorded instances of legendary Pokémon genetic diversity preservation unfolded in conditions that required a kind of attention no ordinary creature could sustain. Mew carried within its cellular structure the compressed potential of every Pokémon lineage that had ever existed or would ever emerge, and the accounts that attempted to describe this capacity consistently returned to the same image, a library so vast that no single room could contain it, yet so perfectly organized that any volume could be retrieved in the span of a breath. Mew's wandering through the world's most biologically dense regions was not aimless. Each territory it passed through received something from its presence, a subtle reinforcement of the genetic information encoded in the species living there, a quiet renewal of the biological instructions that allowed those species to continue producing viable offspring across generations. The preservation function Mew performed was understood to operate below the threshold of ordinary observation. Individual creatures did not feel it. Populations did not consciously register it. But over the span of generations, the lineages that Mew had touched demonstrated a resilience that those it had not visited lacked. Genetic bottlenecks that might have collapsed a population instead resolved without catastrophic loss. Mutations that might have accumulated into dysfunction instead remained at manageable frequencies. The mechanism by which Mew accomplished this remained beyond the full comprehension of those who recorded the accounts. But the pattern was consistent enough that the preservation function became accepted as one of the foundational operations sustaining biological diversity across the world. Celebi extended this preservation work into the temporal dimension, where Mu reinforced genetic information in the present. Celebi moved through time with a precision that allowed it to carry genetic material forward across gaps that would otherwise have severed lineages entirely. Accounts described Celebi appearing in the ancient forests during periods of ecological collapse, carrying within its body the cellular memory of species that had not yet gone extinct but would be absent intervention. The seeds of those species were not literally transported. The mechanism was more fundamental than that, operating at the level of the information encoded in living cells rather than the cells themselves. What survived those interventions was not always obvious in the immediate aftermath. Generations later, the evidence accumulated in the form of species that should not have persisted but did, carrying within their lineages the faint signature of Celebi's passage. Legendary rock types managed early geological stabilization through methods that operated across timescales so extended that even the word stabilization required reinterpretation. Regirock's body was composed of assembled stone from dozens of geological periods, each layer representing a different era of the planet's structural history. The accounts that described Regirock's earliest activities consistently emphasized this composite nature. The creature did not simply inhabit the geological record, it embodied it, and through that embodiment it exerted a kind of structural authority over the rock formations surrounding it. When Regirock moved through an unstable region, the stone beneath it settled, not because Regirock applied force in any conventional sense, but because its presence communicated something to the mineral structures around it, a resonance that encouraged crystalline alignment and reduced the internal stresses that accumulated into seismic events. Terrakion contributed to geological stabilization through a different approach. Its physical power was extraordinary by any measure, but the accounts that recorded its early activities focused less on that power and more on the precision with which it was applied. A single charge from Terrakion could fracture a cliff face, and the accounts noted that this was sometimes exactly what geological stabilization required. Rock formations that had accumulated internal stress over long periods could not always be relieved through gentle means. Terrakion's interventions in these cases were described as controlled releases, the application of precisely sufficient force to allow accumulated pressure to dissipate without triggering the cascading failures that uncontrolled seismic events produced. The geology around Terrakion's territories bore evidence of these interventions in the form of fracture patterns that were too regular, too distributed to be products of ordinary geological processes. In the quiet that followed those stabilization events, the land settled into arrangements that persisted for centuries. Stone that had been fractured healed slowly, mineral-rich groundwater seeping through the new channels and depositing the crystalline material that eventually fused broken surfaces back together. The process was unhurried. It required no further intervention once the initial release had been accomplished. And in that unhurried persistence, the geological systems that legendary rock types had stabilized demonstrated the durability that distinguished them from formations shaped by ordinary forces alone. Early legendary Pokémon strategies for spiritual energy transmission developed in response to a problem that the physical world could not resolve through physical means alone. Spiritual energy, the animating force that distinguished living systems from inert matter and that connected individual organisms to the larger patterns of existence, accumulated unevenly. Regions where life was dense generated more of it than they could absorb. Regions where life was sparse generated too little to sustain the minimal threshold required for ecological coherence. The legendary Pokémon that developed transmission strategies did so in recognition of this imbalance, and the methods they employed were as varied as the types they embodied. Ho-Oh carried spiritual energy in the luminous quality of its feathers, and the accounts describing its flight paths across the world noted that these paths were not random. They connected regions of surplus to regions of deficit with the efficiency of a system that had been optimized over long periods of trial and observation. Where Ho-Oh passed, the air carried a warmth that was not thermal in origin, a warmth that living things responded to, not through their skin, but through something deeper, something that the accounts described as the part of a creature that knew it was alive. Ecosystems along Ho-Oh's flight paths demonstrated elevated rates of regeneration, accelerated recovery from damage, and a quality of resilience that persisted long after the great bird had moved on. Xerneas transmitted spiritual energy through direct contact with the ground beneath its feet. Each step it took deposited something into the soil, not a chemical compound, not a physical substance, but a quality that the soil then carried into the root systems of every plant that drew from it. The accounts described forests through which Xerneas had walked as places where the light seemed to come from two directions at once, from above, where the sun moved through its ordinary course, and from below, where the ground itself seemed to hold a residual luminescence. This quality faded over time, but slowly enough that the spiritual energy Xerneas had deposited continued to sustain the ecosystems above it for generations after the legendary's passage. Mythical accounts of legendary fighting type conflict resolution described a function that was frequently misunderstood by those encountering it for the first time. Fighting type legendaries were powerful in ways that made violence seem like their natural mode of operation. The accounts that survived, however, consistently reframed this assumption. Cobalion, Verician, and Terrakion, the three who moved together through the earliest periods of regional conflict, did not resolve disputes by defeating the parties involved. They resolved disputes by demonstrating the cost of continued conflict so precisely that continuation became irrational. A single confrontation with any one of them was sufficient to establish the scale of force that remained in reserve. That demonstration was the resolution. What followed it was not victory for one side, but an agreement arrived at through the shared recognition that the alternative to agreement was worse than agreement itself. Keldeo, who joined this company later, brought a different quality to the resolution process. Where the three elder members operated through authority accumulated over long periods, Keldeo operated through something closer to sincerity, a directness of engagement that the accounts described as disarming in contexts where authority alone would have produced resentment rather than genuine resolution. Disputes that required not just the cessation of conflict, but the rebuilding of trust between parties who had harmed each other were the ones Keldeo was most suited to address. Its presence in those situations was described as a kind of clearing, the way air clears after rain when everything that had been suspended in it settles, and what remains is simply the atmosphere, clean and breathable again. The spiritual connections of legendary ghost-type dimensional entities operated across boundaries that most living things could not perceive, let alone navigate. Ghost-type legendaries existed in a condition of partial presence, never fully anchored in the physical world, never fully withdrawn from it, occupying instead the membrane between states of being that ordinary matter could not inhabit. Giratina understood this membrane better than any other entity in the recorded accounts, having been consigned to the distortion world in circumstances that forced an intimate familiarity with what existence looked like from the other side of ordinary reality. The accounts that described Giratina's activities in that space noted that it did not simply endure its condition. It mastered it, developing a capacity to move between the physical world and the distortion world with a fluency that transformed what had been intended as punishment into something closer to expertise. Marshadow occupied a different position within the ghost-type tradition. Where Giratina commanded vast dimensional territories, Marshadow operated in the intimate shadows cast by individual lives. The accounts described it as a presence that attached itself to those who were struggling, not to harm them, but to observe, and occasionally to intervene in ways so subtle that the recipients rarely recognized the intervention had occurred. The dimensional quality that Marshadow carried was not spatial in the way Giratina's was. It was temporal, a quality of existing slightly out of phase with the present moment, able to perceive the immediate past and near future with a clarity that allowed it to position itself exactly where it needed to be. The spiritual connection this created between Marshadow and the living things it attended was described in the accounts as a kind of companionship that required nothing in return. How legendary poison types managed early biological filtration described a process of environmental maintenance that operated through chemistry rather than force. The biological systems of the early world produced waste products at rates that exceeded the natural capacity of soil and water to process them. Accumulated toxins threatened the viability of ecosystems that had not yet developed the full complement of decomposers and filtration organisms that later periods would take for granted. Legendary poison types entered this gap with a capacity for chemical transformation that the accounts described as both precise and comprehensive, capable of identifying harmful compounds and converting them into forms that living systems could safely absorb or pass through without damage. Nihilego, whose biology was built around the chemistry of toxins in ways that made it both a producer and a processor of extreme chemical compounds, demonstrated the dual nature of this filtration function. The accounts recorded in the traditions of the Alolan region described Nihilego not as a threat, but as a regulator, one whose relationship with toxicity was so fundamental that it could move through chemically hostile environments that would have destroyed other organisms, drawing the most concentrated compounds into itself and breaking them down through metabolic processes that converted lethalities into inertness. The regions where Nihilego had operated extensively showed elevated concentrations of mineral compounds that were the end products of this conversion, evidence of a filtration function that had been running for far longer than the first human observers had recognized. Early legendary Pokémon methods of ecosystem regeneration developed in response to damage that accumulated faster than ordinary biological processes could repair. The world's ecosystems were resilient, but not infinitely so, and the events that exceeded their resilience, catastrophic geological activity, extended climate disruptions, the cascading failures that followed the collapse of keystone species, created voids that required more than time to fill. The legendary Pokémon that developed regeneration methods did so by understanding what a damaged ecosystem lacked and providing it directly, not as a permanent replacement, but as a catalyst that allowed the ecosystem's own recovery processes to begin operating again. Shaman carried the most celebrated regeneration capacity in the recorded accounts. Its body produced a compound that the accounts described as a kind of biological invitation, a signal that dormant seeds recognized as permission to germinate, that exhausted root systems recognized as reason to extend again into soil they had retreated from. Landscapes that had been reduced to bare mineral substrate by catastrophic events responded to Shaman's presence within days, the first green growth appearing along the paths where the small legendary had moved, thickening into full coverage over the weeks that followed. The accounts noted that Shaman did not remain in the landscapes it had regenerated. It moved on, and the ecosystems it left behind continued the recovery it had initiated, carrying forward on their own momentum the process that Shaman's presence had made possible. Mythological accounts of legendary bug-type biodiversity maintenance described a function that operated through the management of population dynamics across entire regional ecosystems. Bug-type legendaries understood the mathematics of ecological balance in ways that the accounts struggled to translate into language, but the consistent thread across all of them was the recognition that biodiversity was not simply a quantity to be maximized. It was a quality to be maintained, a specific configuration of species in specific relationships, each one performing functions that the others depended on, the whole greater in resilience than any of its parts. Genesect, whose body incorporated both biological and technological components in configurations that no natural evolutionary process had produced, approached biodiversity maintenance through observation and intervention in equal measure. The accounts described it moving through ecosystems with a scanning quality, not simply experiencing the environment, but cataloging it, building an internal record of what was present and what was absent, and what the relationship between presence and absence implied for the system's future stability. Where the catalog revealed a deficit, a pollinator population declining, a decomposer community thinning, a predator lineage losing the genetic variation it needed to remain adaptive. Genesect's interventions were precise and minimal, targeting the specific weakness rather than attempting to manage the whole system simultaneously. Vikavolt's legendary antecedents maintained biodiversity through a different mechanism, one rooted in the electrical properties that certain ecosystems required to sustain their full complement of species. The accounts described these entities moving through forest systems and generating the specific electromagnetic conditions that certain fungal networks required to complete their reproductive cycles, conditions that the forests themselves could not reliably produce without the legendary's contribution. The fungal networks, once active, supported the tree root systems that anchored the forest's physical structure, which in turn supported the canopy species whose activities maintained the light and moisture conditions that dozens of other species depended on. The cascade of consequences from a single electrical intervention was vast, and the legendary bug types that performed these interventions understood the cascade well enough to time them precisely. The first recorded legendary Pokémon interspecies communication systems emerged from the recognition that the challenges facing the world were too large for any single type to address alone. Individual legendaries had developed their specific capacities through long periods of isolated practice, and those capacities were extraordinary within their domains. But the world's problems did not respect domain boundaries. A geological disruption affected water cycles, which affected atmospheric conditions, which affected ecosystems, which affected the spiritual energy networks that connected all of these systems to each other. Addressing any one of these consequences without addressing the others was insufficient. Communication across type boundaries was not merely useful, it was necessary. The communication systems that developed were not linguistic in any form that human observers could directly access. The accounts that described them consistently reached for metaphors, harmonics, resonances, the way different musical instruments playing different notes could combine into chords that carried meanings none of the individual notes contained. Legendary psychic types contributed the clearest communication capacity, their ability to transmit complex information through non-physical channels, making them natural bridges between entities whose physical modes of expression were incompatible. A dragon-type legendary and an ice-type legendary shared no common gestural vocabulary, no common sound production system, no common chemical signaling medium, but both could receive and transmit information through the psychic channels that entities like Mewtwo and Latios maintained, and through those channels they could coordinate activities that required the contributions of both. How legendary fairy types managed early energy harmonization described a function that operated at the intersection of physical and spiritual reality. Fairy-type legendaries understood energy not as a force to be directed, but as a quality to be balanced, not pushed from one place to another, but adjusted in place, the way a musician adjusts the tension of a string rather than replacing the string entirely. The harmonization they performed maintained the conditions under which all other legendary functions could operate effectively. When energy harmonization failed, the consequences were not dramatic in the immediate sense. They were subtle and cumulative, a gradual degradation of the conditions that allowed other systems to function, a slow drift toward configurations that were less stable, less resilient, less capable of absorbing the disruptions that the world regularly produced. Xerneas performed fairy-type harmonization through its antlers, which the accounts described as physical structures that also functioned as tuning instruments, capable of detecting energy frequencies in the environment around them and producing counter-frequencies that brought the overall energy state of a region into coherence. The process was described as continuous and automatic, requiring no deliberate attention from Xerneas itself. It was simply a property of the legendary's existence the way a large body of water naturally moderates the temperature of the air above it without any intention on the water's part. The regions where Xerneas had spent extended periods showed this moderation in the stability of their energy conditions, less susceptible to the wild fluctuations that affected areas beyond the legendary's reach. Diancie contributed to harmonization through the crystalline structures it generated. Each crystal that Diancie produced carried a specific energy signature that interacted with the environment around it, and the accounts describe Diancie placing these crystals with a care that suggested deliberate spatial planning rather than random deposition. The crystals formed networks across the landscapes where Diancie had operated, and those networks functioned as passive harmonization systems, continuing to balance energy conditions in the regions they occupied long after Diancie had moved on, requiring no maintenance beyond the occasional reinforcement that the legendary provided during its periodic returns. Early legendary Pokémon strategies for dimensional boundary management addressed a problem that became more acute as the complexity of the world increased. The boundaries between dimensions were not fixed structures. They were dynamic equilibria maintained by the energies on both sides, and those energies shifted in response to the activities of the entities living within each dimension. When the activities of physical world entities generated energy configurations that pressed against dimensional boundaries, the boundaries flexed. In most cases, this flexing was harmless, a temporary distortion that resolved as the energies dissipated. In some cases, the distortion persisted long enough to create instabilities that required active management. Giratina managed the most significant of these instabilities from within the distortion world, monitoring the boundary conditions with a sensitivity that the accounts described as proprioceptive, the same quality that allows a living body to know the position of its own limbs without visual confirmation. Giratina knew the state of the dimensional boundaries the way a creature knows the position of its own body, and when that state shifted toward instability, the response was immediate and calibrated. The accounts recorded in the traditions of regions near dimensional boundary points described Giratina's presence as detectable even from the physical side, a quality of pressure in the air, a subtle distortion of light at the edges of vision, the sense that the space in a particular location was slightly thicker than space elsewhere. Mythical accounts of legendary ground-type structural integrity described a function that operated through the management of forces that most living things experienced only as consequences. The ground beneath every ecosystem was not passive substrate. It was an active system of pressures and counterpressures, mineral compositions and water table dynamics, root network interactions, and microbial community activities, all operating simultaneously and all affecting the structural integrity of the surface that the world's ecosystems depended on. Legendary ground types understood this system with a depth that the accounts consistently attributed to a form of perception that operated through the ground itself, a sensitivity to pressure and composition that extended through the mineral substrate in all directions simultaneously. Groudon's structural integrity function operated at the largest scale the accounts recorded. Its movements through the deep geological layers of the planet generated pressure waves that the accounts described as both stabilizing and diagnostic. stabilizing in that they redistributed accumulated stress across wider areas, reducing the concentration of force at any single point, and diagnostic in that they revealed the internal state of the geological systems they passed through, allowing Gruden to identify regions where stress had accumulated to levels that required more direct intervention. The accounts noted that Groudon's interventions were never gentle. Gentleness was not available at the scales it operated on, but they were controlled, and the distinction between controlled force and uncontrolled force was the difference between structural maintenance and geological catastrophe. Landorus managed structural integrity at the regional scale, its attention focused on the agricultural and ecological systems that depended on soil stability rather than the deep geological systems that Groudon addressed. The accounts described Landorus moving through farmlands and wild territories alike, its presence encouraging the consolidation of loose soil particles into the stable aggregates that resisted erosion and supported the root systems of both cultivated and wild plants. The wind it generated was not destructive. It was selective, carrying away the finest particles that would otherwise seal the soil surface and prevent water infiltration, while leaving the larger aggregates that gave the soil its structure intact. The cosmic energy networks of legendary normal-type entities represented one of the most philosophically challenging aspects of the legendary tradition to articulate, precisely because normal-type energy resisted the dramatic characterizations that made other legendary functions easier to describe. Normal-type legendaries did not command fire or reshape stone or manipulate time. What they maintained was coherence, the quality that allowed all other systems to remain in relationship with each other rather than drifting into isolated operation. The cosmic energy networks they sustained were the connective tissue of the world's larger systems, and like connective tissue, they were noticed most clearly in their absence. Arceus, whose normal type designation belied the absolute scope of its capacity, maintained the most fundamental of these networks, the one that connected all other legendary energies to each other and to the world that contained them. The accounts describing Arceus's network maintenance were among the most abstract in the legendary tradition, because the function itself operated below the level at which any other entity could observe it directly. What the accounts recorded instead were the effects of that maintenance: a consistency in the laws governing the world's physical and spiritual operations, a reliability in the way cause produced consequence, a stability in the framework within which all other legendary activities took place. Without that framework, the account suggested, the extraordinary capacities of all other legendaries would have operated in isolation, producing local effects without contributing to the global coherence that made the world habitable. How legendary steel types managed early technological evolution described a process that unfolded across a longer arc than most legendary functions, because technological evolution was itself a gradual phenomenon, one that required not just the introduction of new capabilities, but the development of the cognitive and social infrastructure that could make use of those capabilities responsibly. Steel-type legendaries understood this, and the accounts of their early activities consistently described an approach that was more educational than operational, less about providing technological solutions and more about demonstrating the principles that technological thinking required. Genesect embodied this educational function most directly, its own construction representing a synthesis of biological and technological approaches that demonstrated the possibilities available to systems willing to integrate both. The accounts described Genesect moving through the territories of developing civilizations and leaving behind evidence of its presence, not in the form of artifacts, but in the form of problems solved, structural challenges that had been addressed using principles the civilizations had not yet independently developed, but which they could observe and extrapolate from once the solutions were visible. This approach allowed technological evolution to proceed at a pace determined by the civilizations themselves, rather than one imposed from outside, which the accounts consistently identified as the approach most likely to produce durable rather than fragile technological development. Registeel's contribution to early technological evolution operated through a different mechanism. Its body was composed of a metal that the accounts described as having no natural analog, not iron, not steel in any conventional sense, but something that had been refined over geological timescales through processes that no ordinary smelting could reproduce. The accounts noted that Registeel did not share this material directly. What it shared was the understanding of material properties, the knowledge of how different metals responded to different treatments, how alloys combined properties that individual metals lacked, how the internal structure of a material determined its surface behavior. This knowledge, transmitted through channels that the accounts described as direct but not verbal, accelerated the material science development of the civilizations in Registeel's territories by generations. Early legendary Pokémon methods of quantum information transfer described a communication and storage system that operated below the level of ordinary physical reality. The information that legendary Pokémon needed to transmit, genetic instructions, energy configurations, dimensional boundary states, ecosystem parameters, was in many cases too complex to encode in any physical medium without loss. The quantum information transfer methods that developed allowed this information to be transmitted with perfect fidelity, because the medium of transmission was not physical in the conventional sense. It was the substrate of reality itself, the quantum field that underlay all physical phenomena and that could carry information in configurations that no physical medium could corrupt or degrade. Mewtwo, whose psychic capacity operated at the intersection of biological and quantum information processing, demonstrated the most fully developed quantum transfer capability in the accounts. The information it could transmit in a single exchange was described as exceeding what any library of physical texts could contain, not because the transmission was rapid, but because the medium had no capacity limitation of the kind that physical storage encountered. The accounts noted that Mewtwo's quantum transfers were not used for communication in the ordinary sense. They were used for preservation, the encoding of information that the world could not afford to lose into a medium that could not be destroyed by any force that operated within the physical world. Mythological accounts of legendary psychic type cosmic consciousness described a state of awareness that the accounts consistently distinguished from ordinary consciousness through the quality of its scope. Individual consciousness, the awareness of a single mind experiencing a single stream of sensory information, was the baseline against which cosmic consciousness was measured, and the difference between them was not simply a matter of degree, it was a difference in kind. Cosmic consciousness did not experience the world from a single perspective. It experienced it from all perspectives simultaneously, each individual perspective remaining distinct while also contributing to a unified awareness that contained and exceeded all of them. Uxie embodied cosmic consciousness most completely among the legendaries the accounts described, its awareness extending through the cognitive activities of every thinking being in its territory simultaneously. The accounts noted that Uxie did not direct this awareness toward any particular end. It simply maintained it, the way a mirror maintains its reflective capacity without directing what it reflects. The knowledge that accumulated within Uxie's cosmic consciousness was not stored for retrieval in any conventional sense. It was simply present, available to the totality of awareness, in the way that all points in a body of water are available to a current that moves through it. Azelf's contribution to cosmic consciousness was motivational rather than informational. Where Uxie received and held the content of consciousness, Azelf sustained the will that kept consciousness active, the animating force that prevented awareness from collapsing into passivity. The accounts described Azelf's presence in the world as a quality that living things felt as the desire to engage, to pursue, to continue. Without it, the accounts suggested, the consciousness that Uxie maintained would have been a perfectly clear mirror reflecting a world in which nothing moved, because nothing would have had sufficient motivation to move. The first recorded legendary Pokémon ecological balance protocols described a system of agreements and practices that developed gradually as the consequences of uncoordinated legendary activity became apparent. Individual legendaries pursuing their specific functions without reference to each other's activities produced results that were locally effective but globally destabilizing. The ice type's thermal management conflicting with the fire type's volcanic stabilization, the water type's hydrological cycle maintenance disrupting the ground type's soil consolidation work, the fairy type's energy harmonization interfering with the psychic type's quantum information networks. The ecological balance protocols emerged from the recognition that coordination was not optional. It was a prerequisite for any of the individual functions to produce the outcomes they were designed for. The protocols themselves were not legislative in character. They did not establish hierarchies of authority or systems of enforcement. They established instead a shared understanding of the conditions under which each type's activities could proceed without undermining the activities of the others, a kind of mutual awareness that allowed each legendary to calibrate its interventions with reference to what all other legendaries were simultaneously doing. Maintaining this awareness required the interspecies communication systems that had been developed across earlier periods, and the ecological balance protocols were in many ways the culmination of those communication developments, the application of the communication capacity that had been built to the practical problem of coordinating the activities of entities whose individual capacities were each sufficient to reshape significant portions of the world. How legendary water types maintained early hydrological cycles described a function whose consequences touched every other system in the world. Water moved through the world in circuits from ocean to atmosphere, from atmosphere to land, from land back to ocean, and the integrity of those circuits determined the viability of every terrestrial and aquatic ecosystem simultaneously. Legendary water types understood the circuits not as abstract systems, but as living pathways, each segment of the journey from evaporation to precipitation to runoff carrying specific qualities that the ecosystems along its route depended on. Kyogre maintained the oceanic foundations of the hydrological cycle with a capacity that the accounts described as both physical and energetic. Its movements through the deep ocean generated currents that distributed thermal energy across latitudes where it would otherwise have accumulated into configurations incompatible with life. The accounts noted that Kyogre's current generation was not arbitrary. Each current it produced or reinforced was positioned to carry specific thermal properties to specific regions, maintaining the oceanic temperature gradients that drove the atmospheric circulation patterns that ultimately determined where precipitation fell across the land surface. The scale of this function was planetary, and the accounts consistently noted that disruptions to Kyogre's activities produced consequences that cascaded across every ecosystem connected to the atmospheric systems its ocean currents sustained. Suacune's hydrological function operated at the regional scale, its capacity focused on the freshwater systems that carried the precipitation Kyogre's ocean currents had helped generate into the terrestrial ecosystems that depended on it. The accounts described Suacune moving through river systems and lake territories, its passage purifying the water it moved through, removing accumulated sediment and chemical compounds that had collected in still or slow-moving water, restoring the clarity and chemical balance that the ecosystems along those waterways required. The purification was not simply aesthetic. It was functional. The difference between water that could sustain the specific biological communities of a given watershed and water that could not. Early legendary Pokémon strategies for energy conservation systems describe the management of a resource that was finite in the short term, even if renewable over longer periods. The energies that legendary Pokémon drew upon to perform their functions were vast but not inexhaustible, and the periods of greatest demand, geological crises, ecological collapses, dimensional instabilities, could draw on those energies at rates that threatened to deplete them before the world's natural renewal processes could replenish them. The conservation strategies that developed in response to this challenge were among the most sophisticated in the legendary tradition, requiring not just individual discipline, but coordinated management across the entire community of legendary entities. Regigigas demonstrated the most dramatic application of energy conservation principles in the accounts. Its capacity was extraordinary. The accounts described it as sufficient to move continents, which the geological record suggested was not metaphorical, but the energy required to sustain that capacity at full activation was correspondingly enormous. The dormancy that Regigigas entered between periods of active use was not a failure of function. It was a conservation strategy, allowing the energy reserves that supported its capacity to replenish fully before the next period of demand. The accounts noted that the timing of Regigigas's dormancy and activation cycles was coordinated with the geological activity patterns of the regions it served, remaining dormant during periods of relative stability, awakening as geological stresses accumulated toward the thresholds that required its intervention. Mythical accounts of legendary fire type thermal regulation described a function that operated through the management of heat as both a physical and an ecological resource. Fire type legendaries understood that heat was not simply a byproduct of combustion or geological activity. It was a necessary condition for the biological processes that sustained living systems, a driver of the chemical reactions that metabolism depended on, a regulator of the atmospheric conditions that determined where life could exist, a force whose distribution across the planet's surface determined the boundaries of the habitable zones that ecosystems occupied. Entei carried thermal regulation through its movement patterns, and the accounts describing those patterns noted their extraordinary precision. The routes Entei traveled were not determined by geography alone. They were determined by the thermal needs of the ecosystems along the way. The regions where volcanic activity had deposited too much heat into the soil, requiring Entei's presence to draw some of that heat into itself and carry it to cooler regions where it could be released gradually. The accounts described Entei's body as a thermal buffer, absorbing heat in excess regions, storing it during transit, releasing it in deficit regions, a living mechanism for redistributing thermal energy across distances that no physical convection system could have bridged with comparable precision. Heatran occupied the volcanic zones that Entei's circuits connected, maintaining the thermal regulation of the planet's most active geological regions from within the volcanic systems themselves. The accounts described Heatran moving through magma chambers with a comfort that suggested an intimate relationship with the material, not simply tolerating the extreme conditions, but actively engaging with the thermal dynamics of the volcanic systems, moderating the pressure and temperature fluctuations that determined whether volcanic activity remained within bounds that the surrounding ecosystems could accommodate or exceeded them into catastrophic eruption. The spiritual significance of legendary electric-type energy networks extended beyond the physical functions that electrical energy performed. The accounts consistently described electric-type legendary energy as carrying a quality that pure physical electricity lacked, a quality that living systems recognized and responded to, not just through the electrochemical processes that were part of their ordinary biology, but through something that the accounts located in the awareness of those systems rather than their mechanics. Raikou moved through the world's storm systems with a presence that living things detected before the storm arrived, a change in the quality of the air that was not simply the accumulation of charge that preceded lightning, but something additional, something that the accounts described as the sense that something important was about to happen. Zapdos maintained the electrical networks that connected the atmospheric systems of its territory into a coherent whole. The accounts described these networks not as static structures, but as dynamic pathways that Zapdos continuously refreshed, flying through the corridors between storm systems and reinforcing the electrical connections that allowed weather patterns to communicate with each other, to share energy and moisture and thermal properties across the distances between individual storm cells. The result was a regional weather system that was more stable and more predictable than the individual storm cells that composed it would have been in isolation, because the network Zapdos maintained allowed the system to distribute its energy across a wider area rather than concentrating it into the extreme events that isolated storm cells produced. How legendary dragon types managed early cosmic navigation described a function that extended beyond the planet's atmosphere into the larger cosmic environment within which the world existed. Dragon-type legendaries understood the world not as a closed system, but as a node in a larger network of cosmic relationships. Relationships with other celestial bodies, with the energy fields that permeated interstellar space, with the dimensional structures that connected different regions of existence. The navigation function they performed maintained the world's position within this network, ensuring that the cosmic relationships that sustained the world's physical and energetic conditions remained stable. Rayquaza occupied the boundary between the world's atmosphere and the space beyond it, its domain extending from the upper stratosphere into the cosmic environment that the atmosphere shielded the surface from. The accounts described Rayquaza's navigation function as primarily defensive, maintaining the conditions that prevented the cosmic energy fields of interstellar space from penetrating the atmosphere in concentrations that the world's ecosystems could not survive. The meteorites that Rayquaza destroyed before they reached the surface were understood in the accounts not simply as physical objects, but as carriers of cosmic energy configurations that were incompatible with the world's existing energy state. Their destruction, a form of cosmic navigation that maintained the world's energetic integrity. Giratina's dimensional navigation complemented Rayquaza's cosmic navigation by managing the world's relationships with the dimensions adjacent to it, rather than the cosmic environment surrounding it. The accounts described these two functions as operating in different directions from the world's center, Rayquaza managing the outward relationship with the cosmos, Giratina managing the inward relationship with the dimensions nested within physical reality, and the coordination between them as one of the most fundamental partnerships in the legendary tradition. Early legendary Pokémon methods of interdimensional communication described the development of channels through which information could pass between dimensions without the physical disruption that dimensional boundary crossings produced. The accounts consistently distinguished between crossing a dimensional boundary, which required significant energy expenditure and produced detectable disturbances in the boundary itself, and communicating across it, which the interdimensional communication methods made possible without either of these costs. The distinction was practically significant because the information exchange that coordinated legendary activities across dimensions needed to be continuous, and continuous boundary crossings would have produced the kind of sustained dimensional instability that the boundary management protocols were specifically designed to prevent. Palkia developed the most sophisticated interdimensional communication methods in the accounts. Its mastery of spatial relationships, allowing it to create communication channels that existed in the boundaries between dimensions rather than passing through them, using the boundary itself as a medium rather than treating it as an obstacle. The accounts described these channels as narrow in the physical sense, but unlimited in the information sense, capable of transmitting complex multidimensional information without any of the distortion that occurred when information was encoded in physical signals that had to cross the boundary by force. Mythological accounts of legendary ice-type thermal dynamics returned in the final accounting to the same recognition that all thermal management ultimately expressed: that temperature was not a property of matter in isolation, but a relationship between matter and the energy flowing through it, and that managing temperature meant managing that relationship across all the timescales and spatial scales at which it operated simultaneously. Articuno's thermodynamics operated at the atmospheric scale. Regis's operated at the geological scale. Suicune's operated at the watershed scale. And the accounts that described these three operating in coordination described a thermal management system whose scope matched the scope of the challenge, one that could address temperature relationships from the scale of a single lake to the scale of a continental weather system without losing precision at any level. The first recorded legendary Pokémon genetic preservation initiatives that emerged in the final synthesis period were distinguished from earlier preservation efforts by their comprehensiveness. Earlier initiatives had focused on specific lineages, specific regions, specific moments of crisis. The final synthesis initiatives were designed to be permanent, not responses to specific threats, but ongoing systems that would continue to function regardless of what threats emerged. Muse wandering became more structured in this period. Its circuits, through the world's biologically diverse regions, synchronized with Celebi's temporal preservation work in ways that ensured no lineage could be lost in space without also being preserved in time. How legendary rock types managed early geological restoration in the final synthesis period describe the transition from crisis response to systematic maintenance, a shift that the accounts identified as the maturation of the rock type legendary function. Earlier geological interventions had been reactive, responding to instabilities as they developed. The geological restoration protocols that emerged in the synthesis period were proactive, identifying regions where stress was accumulating before it reached crisis levels and addressing it through the gradual, sustained interventions that prevented crises from developing at all. Regirock's periodic movements through the geological regions of its territory became more regular in this period, timed to the accumulation cycles that its long experience had taught it to recognize, arriving in regions that needed attention before the need became urgent. Early legendary Pokémon strategies for conflict mediation in the synthesis period drew on the full history of the legendary tradition's conflict resolution experience. The three sacred swords, Cobalion, Veritian, Terrakion, had developed their approach over long periods of practice, and by the synthesis period, that approach had been refined into something that could address not just the immediate conflicts between specific parties, but the underlying conditions that made those conflicts likely to recur. The mediation strategies they employed in this period were described in the accounts as architectural rather than diplomatic, not simply resolving existing conflicts, but restructuring the conditions that produced them so that the same conflicts would not need to be resolved again in the next generation. Mythical accounts of legendary fighting type energy exchange described the final evolution of the fighting type legendary function from combat capacity to something more akin to energy stewardship. The physical power that fighting type legendaries had always commanded remained available, but the accounts consistently noted that it was deployed less frequently in the synthesis period than in earlier eras. What replaced it was a practice of energy exchange, the deliberate transfer of the disciplined, focused energy that fighting-type legendaries embodied to the other entities and ecosystems they interacted with. This transfer was described as a form of fortification, not adding strength where none existed, but reinforcing the strength that was already present, helping living systems and ecological processes to maintain their integrity under pressures that might otherwise have degraded them. The cosmic energy networks of legendary ghost-type entities reached their fullest expression in the synthesis period, when the dimensional boundary management protocols had been sufficiently refined that the ghost-type legendaries could operate across dimensional boundaries with a fluency that earlier periods had not permitted. The accounts described these networks as spanning not just the physical world, but the adjacent dimensions simultaneously, a web of spiritual connection that linked the living and the non-living, the present and the past, the physical and the dimensional, into a single coherent system of awareness. Machado moved through this web with the intimacy of long familiarity, its partial presence in every dimension it touched, allowing it to serve as a relay point, carrying information and energy between nodes that could not directly connect with each other. How legendary poison types maintained early biological balance in the synthesis period described the completion of the filtration and regulation work that had begun in much earlier eras. The biological systems of the world had by this period developed sufficient complexity that they could manage most of their own chemical balance without legendary intervention. The role of poison-type legendaries shifted accordingly, from active management to periodic monitoring, from continuous intervention to occasional recalibration when the biological system's self-management produced configurations that accumulated toward instability. Nihilego circuits through the world's chemically active regions became less frequent but more precisely timed, arriving at the moments when its intervention would be most effective rather than maintaining a continuous presence that the world's mature biological systems no longer required. Early legendary Pokémon methods of ecosystem management in the synthesis period described the full maturation of the legendary tradition's relationship with the living world. The ecosystems that legendaries had helped to establish, stabilize, and regenerate across the long history of the world had developed by this period into systems of sufficient complexity and resilience that they required less direct management than they once had. The legendary role shifted from management to guardianship, maintaining the conditions under which the ecosystem's own self-organizing processes could continue to operate, intervening when those processes encountered challenges that exceeded their capacity, but otherwise allowing the living world to manage itself with the competence it had developed over the long period of legendary attention. Mythological accounts of legendary bug-type genetic diversity in the synthesis period described the completion of the biodiversity maintenance work that Genesect and its predecessors had been conducting across earlier eras. The genetic diversity of the world's insect populations, the most numerous and ecologically consequential of the living world's inhabitants, had been maintained through long periods of careful monitoring and occasional intervention. By the synthesis period, the diversity that had been preserved was sufficient to sustain the ecosystem functions that insect populations performed across all of the world's major biomes. Even under the pressures that continued to emerge from geological activity, climate variation, and the expanding activities of human civilizations. The first recorded legendary Pokémon inter-type communication in its fully developed form represented the culmination of the communication system development that had proceeded across the entire history of the legendary tradition. The early communication methods had been limited, capable of transmitting basic information across short distances between entities whose energy signatures were sufficiently compatible. The fully developed inter-type communication system of the synthesis period was comprehensive, capable of transmitting complex, multidimensional information across any distance between any legendary entities, regardless of their type differences. The psychic type legendaries, who maintained the communication infrastructure, had refined their methods to the point where the transmission of information between a water type and a fire type legendary was as clear and complete as the transmission between two psychic types had been in earlier periods. How legendary fairy types managed early energy harmonization in its synthesis form described the extension of the harmonization function from regional to global scope. Xerneas's antler harmonics, which had operated at the regional scale in earlier periods, were synchronized in the synthesis period with Diance's crystal networks in a way that created a planetary harmonization system, one that maintained energy coherence across the entire surface of the world simultaneously. The accounts described this planetary harmonization as the energetic equivalent of what the ecological balance protocols had achieved in the coordination of legendary activities, a background condition of stability that all other systems depended on without necessarily being aware of its source. Early legendary Pokémon strategies for dimensional boundary negotiation in the synthesis period describe the transition from reactive boundary management to proactive boundary design. The dimensional boundaries that had been managed as they developed in earlier periods were, by the synthesis period, sufficiently well understood that the legendary entities responsible for them could anticipate where new instabilities would develop and address them before they became apparent. Giratina's monitoring of the distortion world boundary conditions had produced over long periods a detailed map of the boundary's behavior, a record of the patterns by which instabilities developed, the early signatures that preceded them, and the minimal interventions that resolved them before they propagated. The negotiation strategies that emerged from this knowledge were described as elegant in the accounts, achieving large effects through small, precisely timed interventions rather than the massive energy expenditures that crisis response had required. Mythical accounts of legendary ground-type structural stability in the synthesis period described the completion of the geological management work that Groudon, Landorus, and their predecessors had been conducting across the world's tectonic history. The geological systems of the world had by this period reached a configuration of relative stability, not static, because geological systems were never truly static, but dynamically stable in the way that a spinning top is stable, maintaining its overall configuration through continuous adjustment rather than through rigidity. The legendary ground type's role in this stability was less interventionist than it had been in earlier periods, focused more on monitoring and minor adjustment than on the major interventions that the world's geological youth had required. The spiritual connections of legendary normal-type social systems in their synthesis form described the completion of Arceus's network maintenance work. The achievement of the global coherence that all other legendary functions had been working toward across the entire history of the world. The cosmic energy network that Arceus maintained had by the synthesis period incorporated the contributions of every other legendary type into a unified system that was greater in stability and resilience than the sum of its parts. The normal type energy that connected all other energies was not the most dramatic of the legendary energies. It was the most fundamental, the condition that made all other conditions possible, the coherence that allowed all other functions to operate in relationship rather than in isolation. How legendary steel types managed early technological proto-development reached its synthesis expression in the period when the civilizations that had been developing under the steel-type legendaries' educational guidance achieved sufficient technological maturity to begin contributing to their own continued development without ongoing legendary support. The accounts described this transition as the goal toward which all of the steel-type legendaries' educational activities had been oriented, not the creation of dependency, but the development of capacity, not the provision of technological solutions, but the transmission of the principles that allowed civilizations to develop their own solutions to the challenges they encountered. Registeel's periodic appearances in the territories of technologically developing civilizations became less frequent in this period, and the accounts noted that this reduction in frequency was understood by the civilizations involved not as abandonment, but as a recognition, the acknowledgement that they had developed sufficient capacity to continue without the guidance that had been necessary in earlier periods. The ultimate cosmic synthesis of all legendary Pokémon energies was not an event that occurred at a single moment. It was a condition that accumulated gradually across the entire history of the world, each period of legendary activity adding to the coherence that the synthesis represented, each generation of legendary work building on what had been established before it. The accounts that attempted to describe the synthesis consistently reached for images of convergence, rivers joining a sea, harmonics resolving into chords, light sources combining into a single illumination, but all of them acknowledged that these images were approximations of something that exceeded any single metaphor's capacity to contain. What the synthesis achieved was a world in which the extraordinary energies of all legendary types operated not in competition or even simply in coordination, but in genuine integration, each type's energy informing and enriching the others, the boundaries between types becoming not walls but membranes through which information and energy flowed in both directions simultaneously. The ice type's thermal equilibrium informed the fire type's thermal regulation, which informed the water type's hydrological management, which informed the ground type's soil stability work, which informed the rock type's geological maintenance, which informed the steel type's material development, which informed the electric type's energy distribution, which informed the psychic type's consciousness networks, which informed the fairy type's harmonization work, which informed the ghost type's dimensional navigation, which informed the dragon type's cosmic navigation, which returned through channels that the accounts could only gesture toward to the ice type's thermal equilibrium again. The cycle was not closed. It was continuous, a circulation of energies and information through the entire system of legendary functions that sustained the world's coherence across the full range of scales at which that coherence operated. In the quiet that settled over the world when the synthesis had been achieved, the living things that inhabited it carried within them the accumulated contributions of every legendary function that had ever operated in their service. The genetic diversity that Mew had preserved expressed itself in the extraordinary variety of life that covered every surface the world offered. The geological stability that Regirock and Groudon had maintained supported the ecosystems that Shaman had regenerated and Celebi had preserved across time. The atmospheric conditions that Rayquaza had protected from cosmic disruption were sustained by the thermal management that Entei and Articuno maintained and distributed by the hydrological cycles that Kyogre and Suicune kept in motion. The spiritual energy that Ho-Oh transmitted and Xerneas harmonized and Marshadow relayed through its dimensional web animated the consciousness that Uxie held and Azelf sustained and Mewtwo preserved in quantum channels that no physical force could corrupt. What remains in the accounting that any honest telling of this history must provide is the recognition that the world the legendary Pokémon shaped was never finished. The synthesis they achieved was not a conclusion. It was a foundation, the most stable and coherent foundation that the world's long history of legendary activity had produced, but a foundation nonetheless upon which the future would continue to build. The geological systems would continue to shift. The ecosystems would continue to evolve. The dimensional boundaries would continue to flex under the pressures of the energies on both sides. And the legendary Pokémon, those who had been present since the beginning and those who would emerge in response to challenges not yet imagined, would continue the work that the tradition had established across the deep time of the world's history. The accounts that preserved this history were themselves a form of legacy, the record of what had been understood and what had been attempted and what had been achieved, carried forward through the same care and attention that the legendary Pokémon had brought to the world they tended. And in the carrying forward of that record, something of the legendary presence persisted, not as myth, not as superstition, but as the living memory of a world that had been shaped by forces of extraordinary capacity, operating in service of something larger than any individual capacity could contain. The world breathed on as it always had, sustained by energies that most of its inhabitants would never directly perceive, maintained by guardians whose work was most evident in the stability that allowed everything else to simply continue, the seasons turning, the water moving, the stone holding, the light arriving each morning as though the world had never been in any danger of losing it.